Aaron Johnson,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Anna Smith,
Here. All right, it is 6:16 p.m. and with a quorum of our board present, I will now declare this meeting of the LISD's Board of Trustees to order. I am so excited, in fact, a little excited, I'm tongue-tied, because we're going to have our students here that will be leading us off tonight in our pledge. So if y'all will please join us, we will stand and let our students lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas pledge. I pledge Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, I would like to thank the audience here in person and those joining us online. We will now go to the next part of our agenda where we have a spotlight on learning from Rutledge Elementary. Our students who just led us in pledge are now going to talk to us about what is going on in their campus. So without further ado, whenever you are ready. Well, thank you, Rutledge Elementary. That was inspiring. Thank you, Rutledge parents, too, and teachers and staff. It's a whole community. All right, we'll move to the next item of our agenda. We're going to start with the superintendent remarks. Okay, they're asking me to test. Thank y'all so much for your patience as we work through some of the technology there. So not the superintendent report, we'll start with the superintendent remarks.
I do not have anything at this time, Madam President.
With that build up.
I do not have anything at this time, Madam President.
All right, trustees remarks.
Yeah, you want to talk about that? So today I was a Shark Tank judge for Danielson Middle School, Miss Worley's class. I got to judge some amazing products that our students are learning in their entrepreneurship class. And one thing I brought back with me is, have you ever seen a bar of lotion? So our students made a bar of lotion, and this was a sample. This is one of the many things, and you put it in your hand. You don't have to deal with actual lotion. It was all eco-friendly, and lotion appears in your hand. It was really amazing to see our students think outside the box, but most importantly, find what they were passionate about and apply it. But what I loved the most is they're learning life skills. I don't know how to sew, okay? I don't know how to do a sewing machine, and these students needed to figure out a way to make their product work, so they figured out how to sew. And so it's just things like that it's so amazing to see our educators empower students like that. And then my second part of the day was over at Wiley Middle School as a Miss Brahms class for another Shark Tank. Again, two different schools, but what was amazing is these students are still applying themselves in the way. These students brought up their business model, and one of them was about mental health. And these students wanted to make a nonprofit to find ways for teenagers to connect with local resources in the community because they know they've gone through a hard time, and to be able to hear them put that passion and their why and their reasoning, but most importantly, their educator pushing them to what they want to do and helping them get that passion out was just probably the most amazing thing. So thanks Danielson Middle School and Wiley Middle School for doing what y'all need to do and living by that graduate profile.
Just a quick mention, this Saturday at Vandergrift High School is going to be the Aml Robotics Championship. So it's a lot of our schools are participating in the championship on Saturday. It's a great opportunity to go watch robots in action. It's a great opportunity if you have little ones and you want to get them excited about the STEM field. With First Robotics, this FTC, there's engineering and build design. There's also software leads. There's marketing leads. You have to create a business plan. You have to do community outreach. So if you go to these tournaments, you'll get to kind of see all those different pieces in action, as well as I just think it's a really cool opportunity to see all of these different fields come together. And we have a lot of our schools that will be there competing. So if anyone's interested, please, you can reach out to the governance team. We can send you some information. They also need volunteers. So if anyone wants to volunteer, volunteers are always encouraged.
I just had a busy week, and so I just wanted to update. So we had our school safety and security committee meeting on Monday, and that's a great program where we partner with other municipalities, and so that was a good meeting Monday night. And then Tuesday we had our long range facilities planning committee, and we're doing great work. We're gonna probably move from Zoom to in person, and so I'm excited about that. But we're laying some great foundation on long-range facilities planning and diving deep.
So Central Texas School Board Association met on Wednesday night, and discussions around there will be workforce. We've already talked about workforce needs that we have, like in our current environment with teachers and custodians and counselors and all of our staff, our life changers. This Wednesday, though, we focused on the future workforce, and we talked about industry-based certification. And industry-based certification, what type of certifications really help our students make higher salaries when they go out onto the workforce. So I typed up a quick report, and I apologize in advance if there were typos. I just went through it quickly to make sure the board had an overview of some of those discussions and sent that off for a Friday memo, just to give you an overview of how things are progressing there. And then I'll go into some housekeeping. Some of y'all have been in book studies or maybe presented with Bruce on Governance Core. And that is a fabulous book. I've been asked if we want to consider doing a workshop or like a team of 8 at some point, just separate from an agenda item. If that's something you're interested in, would you let Lou know and tell her if you like that idea, if you'd rather have an agenda item, if there's and then depending on the interest, then we'll come back out and we'll ask for dates. The other one that I wanted to let y'all know about is, remember we had asked about the automatic reply that comes out from the board to the Let's Talk. So anybody who writes into the governance team or Let's Talk, they get an automatic reply. It is lengthy. I think we've tried to put a book in there, but it might be necessary. Anyhow, if you have any other thoughts on what you want to see in there, please just let Shannon know. She's still looking at it as we move forward. It's our main communication because, as you know, when they reach out, we won't all try to be on the same email because we have quorum issues. So this is our great way to just kind of let the community know how they can contact us and how they can reach us and what we can do. All right? Okay, well, we'll go ahead and move on to the next part of our agenda, citizens' comments. Please note that there are, well, as I just said this, other ways you can communicate with the board. This agenda item is time set aside for us during this meeting to hear from our community. We are restricted in ways that we'll be able to interact with you during this portion of the meeting per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board should not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that is not on the posted agenda. Therefore, please note this format is not going to end up being a conversation. It's not a back and forth discussion. So we'll ask you that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests. I'm going to sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We ask that the audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be no outburst or verbal demonstration during citizen comments. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes this evening. It's my intention that we will respect and honor each speaker's time. Remember, when you hear the chime, to be concluding your last word, because the mic will automatically cut off. So be aware of the time, and they cut off over there, not here. So, all right, without further ado, then we'll go ahead and call up speaker number 1. Now, before you start speaking, press the mic button. Did it work? Okay.
Is it working? First, I would like to thank the school board, Superintendent Gearing, and the Leander Police for being here. I'm here to ask you to reconsider the decision to remove early release days the next school year. This presentation does summarize a much more detailed petition on change.org called Leander ISD. Please reconsider and bring back early release days. 56 people have signed it in an hour and a half, by the way. Early release Wednesdays are very valuable and many students enjoy it. Teachers also enjoy it because they need the extra time to grade, and it also gives them extra planning time, and we all need to support our teachers. Students also use the extra time to finish schoolwork and or de-stress. It also reduces academic risk so students can use the time to catch up on work. There are also studies that say that midweek breaks are beneficial for students and teachers. I'm a proud member of the Leander High School Band, and on regular days, I might not get home until 7:30 because of practice. We get out 60 to 90 minutes early on early release days, and I always appreciate that extra time off. Parents who have a busy child in any extracurricular activity should value these extra 90 minutes in their week. This time is also valuable to students with special needs because it gives them extra time to work on homework. It was a great idea to add early release Wednesdays, and the reasons for adding them in the first place are still there. Thank you so much for your consideration.
All right. Thank you, speaker number 1. Appreciate it. All right. Speaker number 2.
So this evening I'm highlighting the book Poet X. This book was bought by the district with knowledge that it was classified as a young adult book. Are we calling 11, 12, 13, and 14-year-olds young adults now? This was bought for every middle school in the district as it was part of the 8th grade social curriculum bundle. Additionally, it is available middle school libraries and any teacher classroom library that a teacher personally deems appropriate. This excerpt is of a middle school girl masturbating and having an orgasm. Page 130. Fingers. In bed at night, my fingers search a heat I have no name for, sliding into center, finding a hidden core, or stem, or maybe the root. I'm learning how to caress and breathe at the same time, how to be silent and feel something grow inside me, and when it all builds up, I sink into my mattress. I feel such a release, such a relief. I feel such a shame settle, like a blanket covering me head to toe. To make myself feel this way is a dirty thing, right? Then why does it feel so good? Why would a school district purposely fight for, redefine policy to keep these kinds of books for children who are 11, 12, 13, and 14 years old? The Poet X is in the following libraries in LISD middle schools: Danielson, Wiley, 4 Points, Leander, Running Brushy, and Stiles middle schools. Does LISD not feel a responsibility to draw the line somewhere in not corrupting young minds? Again, there is a time and place for everything. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, speaker 2. Speaker number 3.
Warning, this reading has sexually explicit content and is not suitable for children. Oh, like you don't watch porn. What if I touched another guy's dick? What if I told you I sucked it? I put Doug Goebel's dick in my mouth. He sucked mine too, and you know what? It wasn't terrible. This is from the book Lawn Boy, written by Envision. This book was read to you previously by a parent. Her child checked it out at their school, believing it was a safe book. But you know, once a child reads this content, it's too late. You've allowed the child to read child pornography. Dr. Gearing's response to this content was to say that parents have not filled out the proper form to have the book reconsidered. However, we learned through a PIR that this is not even an honest statement. The reconsideration form was completed in September. The outcome? The committee decided this content was perfectly fine for our students. Dr. Gearing, we have sat on your CCAC committee to remove these kinds of books. We've filled out your forms, and yet these books stay. Why? Because you really approve. According to EF Legal, you can walk into any school and remove any book you want, yet your process, supported by this board, allows these books to stay in our kids' schools. Saying you wouldn't want your kid to read these books is not enough. Words are not enough. Your actions show that you do support this book and all the other vulgar books like she just read that are in this school districts. People in the audience at the last school board were heard saying things like, this stuff isn't really in our libraries. Well, unfortunately, it is. Lawn Boy is currently in the libraries at Leander and Glenn High School. And unfortunately, district personnel approve. So if you won't keep fighting for pornography out of the hands of our children, then expect to see us back here week after week after week until these books are gone. Somebody has to fight for our children.
Thank you. Next speaker. Speaker number 4. Yeah.
Okay, well, here we are again. It seems crazy, but at the end of the day, I have to know that I did what I could to save what I love. I am so proud to be an educator in LISD. So when people belittle us and sow these seeds of mistrust in public schools, it undermines the fantastic things happening every day in our classrooms. My fellow educators, now is the time to show up. If you're watching me at home, come be here with us. Show up for the board members who they call out by name, despite the rules put in place not to do so. Show up for the bus drivers, the front office staff, the IAs, the cafeteria workers, the custodial staff, because they are trying to take us all down. Their goal is to destroy public education. Can you imagine that? They are picking on teachers. Teachers are great. We're the best, I know. I know that everyone in this room has a story of a teacher that made a difference in their life. We continue to hear lies at the board meeting. Someone last week at the last meeting said there's a 50-50 shot you will learn how to read in Leander ISD. Flat out lies. We hear the same books being quoted, despite the fact that they don't think they're appropriate for children, but there are children in the audience. We hear the anonymous teacher letters being reread from 2 years ago. We hear them break decorum. Speaker after speaker after speaker. And they keep doing it because they are not being held accountable. It's time for it to stop. They need to be removed. If these were our students in our classroom continuing to break the rules, they would have consequences. As a board who stays put after we leave, I know you probably aren't aware of what's going on outside, but after the last meeting I attended, I was grabbed as I was leaving and told, I just want to talk to you. I just want to talk to you. That's all. I just want to talk. They followed us through the parking lot. They were filming us. Bully tactics at its finest. Okay, last week at the end of one speech, somebody said, we don't need no education. No, we need it now more than ever, and you need to start letting the teachers be trusted to do what's best for kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 5.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gearing, and Board of Trustees. Thank you for your service throughout this historically difficult year. Our schools have faced challenges that I never would have imagined possible, and yet in spite of it all, my kids are still in school, still learning, and still thriving. Thank you for all that you do. Tonight, however, I want to discuss the challenges taking place here in this very room. I believe there could be a lot more effort put into enforcing your own policies regarding decorum. There are people in our community who want to attend these meetings and are not comfortable with the current setting. According to LISD's BED local, the board shall not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience. If after at least one warning by the presiding officer, any individual continues to disrupt the meeting by his or her own words or actions, the presiding officer may request assistance from law enforcement to have that individual removed. According to BED Legal, it is a criminal offense for a person with intent to prevent or disrupt a lawful meeting to substantially obstruct or interfere with the ordinary conduct of the meeting by physical action or verbal utterance, and thereby curtail the exercise of others' First Amendment rights. It is the president's responsibility to ensure this space is hospitable for everyone who wishes to be seen and heard by the board. Citizens are getting harassed and intimidated, all with the intent to convey at the community level that only certain people are welcome to express their concerns. I am asking the presiding officer to preserve the institution of free speech and representation at this meeting and every meeting hereafter. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 6.
Tonight we are highlighting this book, Poet X. It's classified as a young adult book. What we've learned over the last year is that there is a kind of awakening that happens. Some of you will be just discovering that these books really do exist. Others are in the process of thinking that the trustees have no way to fix it. Some of you are at the point where you still believe the superintendent must hold similar values to you. We are in a different place in the process. We know they vote and create policy to keep the books. We know the trustees renewed the contract for the superintendent with an increase in his yearly retirement. We know the lead librarian was on CNN supporting the cause for keeping adult materials in schools and in the hands of our kids. Why? Why many of you think this is not so terrible. These are 11-year-olds at a minimum age reading these books. Here are some excerpts. Shit, you've been wiped up before going back to school, especially knowing your church girls are all freaks. I am the baby fat that settled into D cups and swinging hips so that the boys who called me a whale in middle school now ask me to send them pictures of myself in a thong. And I don't think Mommy's ever forgotten Pappy for making her cheat on Jesus. Why should we wait for marriage? What if we want to smoke weed? Is masturbation a sin? I'm just saying, I'm ready to stop being a nun, kiss a boy, shoot. I'm ready to creep with him behind a stairwell and let him fill me up. Again, an 11-year-old can access this book. Why would you feed a steady diet to kids? This is what you are placing in their heads. It's not just in the library, it's in the curriculum too.
Thank you. Speaker number 7.
I will also be continuing the Poet X. Here are some more excerpts from the book. You'll notice there is a repeated theme of the book, and it's not just the adult content. Maybe because I make you laugh more than your stuffy-ass church mission friends. Partly scared, they're only interested in my ass and boobs. What if I like a boy too much and become addicted to sex? I bought tampons that I shoved into my body the way I'd seen Father Sean cork the sacramental wine. I put the tampon in wrong. It only stuck halfway and the blood smeared between my thighs. Do you think a boy in class wants to hear this read to him, blood down the leg of a girl menstruating? This is approved for whole class book club. We're all in different places. Many families have chosen to not speak out and instead chosen a different path. They moved. Some have chosen to homeschool rather than fight a system that says you have to fill out a form for every book. Some are on waiting lists for alternative schools in LISD with a growing list of thousands. They aren't against public education. They are against a system in which trusted adults have placed content into their children's hands that is against their moral values. They want to protect the innocence of their children. At some point, you have to look at leadership and wonder, what have you done about young adult books being given to 11, 12, 13, and 14-year-olds? It's not good enough to say, I wouldn't want my children reading it. as stated by Dr. Gearing and some trustees. They had the power to change it and have chosen to not remove the adult content. Since I have a little more time, I also wrote a little something. What is this? I mean, why do you want to support this curriculum? I just, as a parent, I'm very concerned. I love public schools. That's why I show up. That's ultimately the reason why I show up, is I love public schools. And I want you to teach my kids science, math, history, English, Spanish, courses that will prepare them for college. I would love to see more technical-based education, such as mechanics, plumbing, basic finance, etc. But I can't get on board with the graphic material being supported by this board. Why can't you see that this threatens the very diversity you say these books support? Controversial topics such as politics, religion, and sex should be left out of the classroom. If you're not providing a neutral environment that welcomes everyone, you are not supporting diversity. Get rid of all of the sexually graphic material, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 8.
Got it. I'll be reading a new anonymous letter from a teacher. Hello, I've been teaching in Leander ISD for nearly 20 years and have always been proud of my school district. However, this is currently changing. The school board made a huge change last year that I haven't heard spoken much about, the dress code, or more specifically, the lack of dress code. I know the dress code was removed for equity issues, which I can appreciate. However, removing the dress code in its entirety for students is causing them a disservice. Daily, students come in wearing very revealing clothing. I regularly see way more than I want to, with very short shorts and way too much cleavage, with certain students basically wearing bras as outerwear to class. Did I mention that I teach in middle school? This puts all students and adults in awkward and unsafe positions. I have personally seen students bend over and show R-rated body parts. Other students and teachers should not have to worry about this in our daily activities. I know some students wear this type of clothing to attract attention because they've told me so. As a teacher, my goal is to provide a safe learning environment. I understand the old dress code with fingertip length shorts was antiquated. However, I do not feel safe or respected when I'm forced to look at 12 to 14-year-olds in bras and booty shorts. When teachers have tried to bring up our concerns, we're told that if we don't see nipples and private parts, we can't say anything. I see some of our students come to school dressed in a respectful manner, but then change later. I don't think parents would appreciate the fact that we cannot say anything to them. Parents should be made aware if their kids are changed to inappropriate clothing once at school. Again, did I mention I teach in middle school? I can only imagine what's happening at our high schools. Another issue with dropping the dress code is how many students are proudly wearing pajamas and even slippers and blankets to class. Not shockingly, some of these students are not attending to their schoolwork and often fall asleep in class. I'm a believer that we should dress appropriately for the occasion, and this is not happening. This is disrespectful to those of us who wake up every morning trying to make a positive difference in our students' lives. I'm not saying we need to go to uniforms, but we should have some sort of clothing standards for our students. As teachers, we're expected to wear respectable clothing, so this should also be expected from our students. In fact, I've had several students tell me in class that our district should bring back our dress code with some changes to reflect modern clothing styles. Facing this issue daily, and along with other daily struggles I'm seeing, I will be retiring the second I can. We're losing teachers too quickly, and this will continue while we feel unappreciated and disrespected. Enacting a new dress code based on modern clothing styles would be an easy way for our district to show that we respect all of our Leander Independent School District community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 9.
This is a letter written by a parent that wishes to remain anonymous to avoid retaliation on their child. My kid recently showed me a question from her English homework which asks, Edna never has an intimate relations with a man she loves, Robert LeBron, but she does with Alisi Arabin. Is sex and or lack of sex actually important? What does it represent on a larger level? So I wonder what this question is supposed to represent on a larger level. Is it really necessary to invite teenage students into a conversation about sexual relations for an English class? Do teachers even want to engage with their students in this kind of discussion? I would ask the curriculum developers and the district leadership to think through all of the possible consequences of opening up conversations like this between faculty and students. Does a question like this maintain a professional student-teacher relationship, or might it open the door to unintended consequences? Most workplaces have rules in place which would prohibit a person who is in a position of authority from engaging in this kind of conversation with a subordinate. Given all the sexualization going on in the ELA curriculum with books like Lawn Boy and In the Dream House, I would think that I'm not the only parent who hopes that the board and the superintendent will give guidance to curriculum developers to avoid these kind of questions in the homework. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 11. Do we have number 10? Is it correct that 10 was cut off on mine? Okay, 10.
Hello, my name is Ashley Ulbrich, and I will be rereading an anonymous teacher letter previously read to this board last April as a reminder of how parents and teachers reached this place of distrust with district leadership. The teacher wrote, I volunteered to serve on the Community Curriculum Advisory Committee after seeing the obscene content posted on social media. To say I was shocked is an understatement. When I was confirmed as a CACAC participant, I received an email invite to a Zoom. To my surprise, all personal email addresses were exposed, making it very easy to identify almost all of the participants. I certainly question the reasons behind this. I've since discovered that those in opposition of the graphic material have been receiving subscriptions to porn sites in their personal email accounts. Maybe the exposure of personal information made it easy to do this. I truly don't know the answer, but it should be a concern. In this initial email, a list of books was provided, and teachers and leaders of the process were identified. Each of the books were controversial topics that are biased toward left-wing indoctrination. Some of the themes I could identify from online Amazon reviews were racism, xenophobia, white supremacy, gun violence, anti-Christian rhetoric, toxic masculinity, anti-law enforcement, and rape culture. This is very one-sided ideology for a district that has a policy on unbiased classrooms. I reviewed the social media accounts of the individuals in charge of selecting these books, who coincidentally were also leading this CACAC committee. What I found on social media led me to personally conclude that these books were purposefully chosen, not because of a COVID oversight. This isn't the first time this has happened. You would think there would be extra precautions by now. From reviewing their social media, one retweet reads, "Classics are classics because white supremacy allowed them to be. Don't be afraid to let them go from your classroom." Another reads, "Teachers thinking that using To Kill a Mockingbird makes their curriculum anti-racist. Please no, it doesn't." This curriculum director used the hashtag #DisruptText several times. I encourage you to look that up. The other individual leading CACAC displayed the hashtag Banned Books Week prominently on their Facebook page. With minimal investigation, one can see that 4 of the reading books on this initial email were on the 2020 Banned Books Week most challenged list. Those in charge of selecting student reading material were either very aware of the controversy attached to them beforehand, or they were completely negligent. I no longer have any reason to believe these books were made available to minors because of an oversight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 11. No speaker 11. Speaker number 12.
Good evening. My name is Delmar Lytle, and I spoke last month regarding the Treviso community. My reason being here tonight is twofold. First, I want to continue to highlight the need for a school in the Treviso community. While we may not be as large in numbers tonight, we are still very supportive of another bond initiative for our school for expanding the infrastructure within the district. The second reason I'm here is to commend and thank you for your service. A strong, robust public education system is paramount to an informed and engaged community in the future. Schools should be a place of developing critical thinking, reasoning, conflict resolution, and expanding one's mind with differing voices, ideas, and experiences. This allows for the maturing and development of community and empathy for one another. The recent discourse around literature and censorship is troubling. While we may disagree and even may not want our children to read certain books, my beliefs do not supersede the right of another child to view or see themselves or a classmate in another book. Offering different viewpoints is not indoctrination, and attacking one's belief or viewpoint does not equate a book. Additionally, reading something in a book does not plant a seed for action. In addition to being a father of two wonderful girls, 4 and 6, Elise and Eden, hey babies, because I know you're watching, and an engineer, I am a Methodist preacher. I read and believe in the Bible and other holy texts. I literally preach and teach from them often. In my reading and in my teaching, I have never taken a virgin. I have never shaved her head nor pierced her ear. I have never asked God to send down dogs to eat the children mocking me. I have never dragged someone out of the city limits and stoned them, nor have I ever yelled at someone for wearing mixed fabrics, which is against in Levitical laws. Please do not be weary in well-doing and continue to allow our public schools to be a place of learning free from political persuasion. Children are a gift from Almighty God. We love them by allowing them to grow and flourish with their God-given talents in an environment where they can see value in who they are and their students around them and their friends and family around them. Books are not indoctrination. Books are gateways to expanding one's mind, to be empathetic to one another, and to expand a sense of community for all those you encounter. We all grew up reading books. Do not take that joy away because of the simple-minded views of some. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 12. Speaker number 14. Okay, I don't see speaker 13 here. Speaker number 14 is not here. Speaker number 15.
Good evening, Dr. Gearing and Board of Trustees. Today I come to you as a teacher who, like every other teacher, is exhausted. We are being stretched to our limits. We're being asked to do way too much for little to no compensation. Why is that? Why is it okay for the teaching profession to be treated this way but not others? I'll begin with my first example, our academic calendar that was approved for next year. I've already given my input, but I would like to say it to the board and superintendent. You need to listen more to teachers. You're losing teachers because our input is not being heard. We needed the early release days, especially those doing the Reading Academy, which is 60+ hours of training for no compensation. You preach self-care, yet days have been added to our calendar. You need to hear us. It's not just about the parents and community, but about the teachers needed to teach the kids. Why are there extra work days for teachers before school starts? Why did you take away the time many elementary school teachers held on to like gold for Reading Academy and planning? The early release days were a perfect time for them to work on this outside of using their own time. Why are teachers expected to work on their own time? Why is the only way to give input on things by joining a committee outside of contract hours? For example, I know there's a committee that works on the academic calendar, but for example, here's my list of committees and duties I proudly contribute to for my district and school. I'm a teacher, I'm on CACAC, Strategic Planning Committee, the PTA Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, the Leander Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee, Yearbook Coordinator for my school, and PTA Teacher Liaison for my school. Now, let's note how many of those I get paid for. They're not as much as I should. Teaching. Teachers can't add anything else onto their flimsy plates. Add this to the vitriol the media is spewing about teachers not working, teaching pornography, and indoctrinating, and of course, all the extra horrible things politicians are adding, like turning in a year's worth of plans in the summer. This is not good for teachers, admin, or public schools. The parents and community who are supporting this nonsense are the ones we need to watch out for. Take note of what people are trying to do to us. They want us to quit. They want us to give up. They want to dismantle public education. Let's not let that happen. Remember, teachers do it for the outcome, but they deserve the income and time and respect. Save our public schools. Save your teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 16.
It is not easy to maintain decorum in this space, and I also believe that our community deserves it. There is no neutrality in the face of this crazy train. I want our meetings to reflect who we are, but the lack of enforced rules from this board deprives our community the space and the safety to advocate for their students and their schools. We need to change how we conduct our meetings and create equitable access to the missing voices in our district. The thoughts and opinions missing from this space are important and valuable, far more important than the misinformation, the homophobia, the transphobia, the racist, radical right rhetoric that we're commonly subjected to. Schools all over Texas are allowing community members to share comments virtually. But in Leander ISD, if you're not wealthy enough to afford a caretaker for a meeting, your voice goes unheard. If you're a working parent, you can't spend your Thursday evenings advocating for public schools. If you are a Black or Indigenous person of color, you have to subject yourself to violent white supremacists in order to attend these meetings. Those who are immune compromised have no opportunity to speak in a space where the anti-vaccine, unmasked participants provide no protection for your health. Leander ISD students are fearful to speak in this room because grown adults yell at them and accuse their teachers of recruiting them. If you're a Leander ISD employee, you've most likely been threatened by one or more of these obstructionist trolls who hover at the entrance of these meetings. They snicker, you can hear them, disrespect our speakers, and they can't wait to follow you to your car and scream at you in anger. How are we maintaining a space where our First Amendment rights are safe and accessible to the most marginalized stakeholders in our community? Please reconsider a virtual option for public comment in Leander. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 17.
Whew, this is my first school board meeting, so I'm a little taken aback. But yeah, so my family and I, we moved into the Larkspur community from Virginia this past year. And as I'm sure that you guys know, there's about 100 homes in the Larkspur community that were impacted by a zoning discrepancy between Leander ISD and Liberty Hill ISD. These homes are at the back of the neighborhood. They have no outlet to the main road to get to Liberty Hill ISD except to go past Larkspur Elementary. And I have two daughters, one who is already enrolled there and another who will be going there in the next couple of years if, you know, we can work something out. But basically the school board had the opportunity. That community was within planning for years. And they had the opportunity to figure out what the zoning was to make sure that everything was squared away, and they did not. And because of that, there's an impact on the kids, right? So my child, she has ADHD and dyslexia, and she's going to have to now be uprooted and move to another school in the matter of a year since she moved cross country. Not only that, but I've talked to other people in my neighborhood, and where their bus, so the ones that have just moved in since this change happened, they are being bused at 6:15, meaning that they wake up at 5:30 a.m. My child currently wakes up at 7 a.m. and is able to be at school in plenty of time in order to have 0 hour and free lunch. She will no longer have that. She'll lose an hour and a half of sleep. She'll lose 30 minutes of time at the end of the day in the school bus. That's 2 hours of an 8-year-old's life that you're taking away every day. In addition to that, if we want to talk about the impact as well, we scoped out this ISD. When we moved from Virginia, we looked for what the top 20 school districts were in the country, and we chose this. And we paid a premium in order to be here, more than it would have cost us to move to a Liberty Hill neighborhood. And at this point, all of our appraisal documentation and everything says Leander ISD. So I would ask the school board to correct the wrong and make sure that they do right by the students and by the people that are living in your Leander area. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker number 18. Speaker number 18. Speaker number 19.
Good evening, Mr. Superintendent, board members. First of all, I want to thank you for the extra time tonight. It does not go unnoticed, and we appreciate it. Tonight I'm going to continue a series. I didn't expect to have this much time, but I won't take all 3 minutes, about what I've been giving with you about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and what it really, truly means. The theme that I'm going to use tonight that I came prepared to talk about is in concert with celebrating Black History Month that we're right in the middle of right now. I want to talk about a couple of important historical Black American figures and how they play into what we're really discussing here tonight. Equity and inclusion. Equity, there's a theme that is a thread through all of what we're talking about here tonight, of what really equity is. Anytime true equity is applied, it has to be applied fairly to everybody. Anytime anyone is being taken something away from, that's not equity. That's the trap that this ideology usually implodes on. Someone has to lose in order for equity to be. That's not equity. It's the opposite of equity. The two people I want to mention in my presentation celebrating Black American History Month, Dr. Martin Luther King just celebrated his birthday holiday last month. I want to give you, just as a reference, 2 lines from his famous speech. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. The second line, I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they are not judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I mention that because that is the same dream. That's the same reason why I come to these meetings. I have those same dreams for my children. I don't want them to be judged or given based on what their skin is. The other character, Dr. Ben Carson. You know, Dr. Ben Carson came from a single parent home. He never knew his dad. You know, Dr. Ben Carson's mom took him out of the school because they were not teaching up to his, they were teaching down to his level instead of up to his potential. That is what I want for my children. Equity is equal opportunity, not equal outcome. Equal input and outcome, equal outcome is tyranny, and someone always loses. Thank you.
Speaker number 20.
How you folks doing tonight? I'm feeling great. Woo! It's always so dreary in here. We got to pump it up, get some energy, because we are the financial Titanic. I've been researching this for almost a year now, and it gets better and better and better. I was challenged with my numbers this week, which thank you very much. I appreciate that. I was off by $100 million. Whoops. So it should go down by $100 million. But see, I got these numbers for the comptroller's office, which you guys sent to them. So either you sent them the wrong numbers or she sent me the wrong numbers currently. But we'll find that out later, June, when you guys send this out, because you're obligated to send out when these bills are coming due. I'm almost speechless to have so much time, but I'll find some else to talk about. Like an 8th grade teacher I talked with a couple weeks ago. She said, I can't fail any kids this year. And I said, what are you talking about? She said, my administrators told me I can't fail anyone. And I said, okay, well, interesting. And I walked away and, thought about it later. I'm like, I don't know, maybe she's wrong or something. But then I got this, testing sheet where I spoke on last week. You got a 50-50 chance of learning how to read at Leander. It is true. It's true. The numbers don't lie. You can lie about this, you can lie about that, but you can't lie about the numbers. They're real. And these kids deserve better. If I take your kids out of this school, they're not getting the education they deserve. I love it when you guys bring the little kids in front. That's wonderful. You know what I'd love to see, though? I'd love to see you bring some older kids and see what they'd say, because I think they would say like those other, what was it, the Superintendent Super Kids? They had a lot of interesting things to say. One of those things they had to say was, how can you prepare us for when we're done with school? And I thought, that's kind of interesting. As I looked more and more and more, and these numbers say it, the kids are better off going to the library. There are great teachers. Let me get that point out. There are some absolutely amazing teachers, and they are fighting like hell to turn this school around. But they can't do that by themselves. And I would suggest to the parents, if you really want your kids educated, take them home for now. Get your point across. Find out what they know. Because if they are trying to remember how to say apple, they will never get the phonics version of metamorphosis.
All right, thank you, speaker number 20. Speaker number 21.
Thank you very much to the board members, the superintendent, and especially the Leander Police Department, who has always been there for our family when we have needed protection from some of the people in this room and their allies outside this room. I do not say that lightly. It's true that some of those people really do have rights under the Texas Constitution that are over and above the rights granted in the federal Constitution. They have the right to remonstrate against the board. That means they get to sort of yell at you or insult you and say you're doing things badly. That's their fundamental right, because that's part of one of the rights that Texas fought for and codified in a draft constitution before the Texas Revolution. And they get to address the board. That's actually true. But what they don't get to do is deny that right to other people. And there's been a determined effort over a period of months, sometimes with the allyship of politicians and their funders, to do that, to deny that right to students. The students have been unable to speak. Not only the students, but many parents as well. A couple months ago, we learned that there was going to be an effort to end the extended, the early release days on Wednesday. And it would have been really great if we could have just had our daughter come and explain to you all the benefits that many students get. But unfortunately, we checked in with other parents and found out about all the activities that have gone on in this room that have gone unchecked, that are very much like other places and other contexts locally, that have also gone unchecked because politicians in power and people who have power to do something about it choose to do nothing. And they overlook it, and there is a code of silence on that. So we live in a county where the two of the last three district attorneys actually suppressed or fabricated evidence in death penalty cases. We live in a county where a sheriff actually covered up evidence of the strangulation murder of an unarmed black man. We live in a city, Leander, where the mayor was funded by the primary funder of the current mayor was actually a proponent of white genocide theory. Now, there are maybe only 100 or 1,000 or some small number of the 70 or 80,000 residents in Leander who believe things like white genocide theory, but believe me, these people are scary. I came here 2 weeks ago just to check out what it was like because my daughter is pretty brilliant, as you saw, and wants to speak. And what I found was there was a lot of, low-grade harassment, intimidation, and what you might arguably call terrorism in the back of the room that looks like what's out there, where public death threats made against named citizens with photos are published, and no one is prosecuted, and no one is arrested. And the lesson of history is they'll come for the schools, they'll come for the law, and they'll come for public meetings. And when people can't speak, crimes happen. People lose their ability to be protected by the law, educated, and become full citizens. And you have a role in this, the local police have a role in this, the district attorney has a role in this, and it's time for you to think it through and take care of this. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Speaker number 22.
Hello, my name is Sylvia. I am the mother of 3 boys, 2 of which go to Larkspur Elementary. We moved to Leander last summer, and prior to coming here, we looked for a place we can call home, in a community which had a school within a walking distance, amenities for our children, and a place in which we could make lifelong friends. Buying our home in the Larkspur community, with Larkspur Elementary being just under a mile away, allowing us to have our 3 children attend Leander School District, seemed like the perfect purchase for our family's future. Until last week, when we got a call telling us a mistake was made and Larkspur Elementary was not the school we were zoned to. Needless to say, this was hard to understand since our appraisal documents read we are zoned to LISD. We were marketed the highly coveted Leander School District within a walking distance or 2-minute drive away. We submitted all our registration documentation required in April of 2021, and we are just now told we are not zoned for Larkspur. My sons are 9, 6, and 3 years old. I am told my 4th grader will be grandfathered into Larkspur. However, my 1st grader will need to leave. When we moved to Larkspur community last year, I promised my then 5-year-old son Larkspur Elementary would be his new school, and he would not have to move until he goes to the bigger kids' school, that being middle school. I assured him we had found the home we always wanted, a 1-story home in a court where my kids can play outside safely with their friends they attend school with and walk to school when the days are nice and sunny. This mistake is costing my now 6-year-old son, who receives speech therapy weekly at school, to have anguish and fear about starting all over again in a new school, trying to make new friends again for the 3rd time. This move you want us to make because of your mistake would cause my 6-year-old son to attend kinder, 1st grade, and 2nd grade, all in different schools, with different school-like districts. We, the parents here, did our research. We asked the right questions, provided the required documentation to register our children at Larkspur Elementary, and it is unfair that because of a mistake made, our children's daily routine will need to change. Having our children attend a school much further away when we have a school within walking distance. One of your Board of Trustees members was quoted in the community impact newspaper, Cedar Park Leander Edition, just last month, and she could not have said it any better. Quote, "If people are within 2 miles, they should be able to walk to school or ride their bikes to school as opposed to driving 5 miles away, end of quote. Now try 0.7 miles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, speaker number 23.
I want to thank the board, our educators, and staff members for their thankless service to our community. I know it goes unnoticed more often than not, and typically what is heard is negativity. I'd like to extend a motto I try to remind myself when I'm wondering if all is okay. No news is good news. I do have some positivity to bring you here tonight. My first grader had his annual ARD last week, and I'm so grateful for the entire special education team and PSLIP team. We started this program just before he turned 3.5, and he has gone from nonverbal to his teacher recommending him for Quest. I truly can't express the level of gratitude I have for everyone who has helped him along the way. I would have loved to bring him here tonight, but I don't think this setting is appropriate with the people who follow others outside into their cars. The screaming at board members is something no one should be subjected to. Making meetings into public spectacles is unacceptable, and we should be striving for a better way to achieve our point without the added drama. We are here because of our kids, and these meetings are for our children. They have a right to come, and it be a calm and inviting environment. I implore everyone to remember that this is the example we are setting for our children, and some children are watching these meetings. This is not the legacy we should be leaving for them. To the ones showing up and getting their hands dirty for our kids, we see you, we appreciate you, and we thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 24.
I want to start by saying thank you. My daughters had a world-class experience at Parkside and now at Tarvin. I would walk the world over to pick a blade of grass for any teacher that she has ever had in Leander ISD, and money, I am confident, could not buy a better experience for her. So please understand that's where I'm coming from in my expectations. But a mistake beyond the teacher's control happened. It was a mistake potentially damaging to their efforts. It was made when the administration decided to put MAP and iStation score reports into the hands of children who are not developmentally capable of understanding or deducing value from them. Putting high-stakes test scores into the hands of children in middle and elementary schools affects their beliefs about their own identities. It is formative, and it is powerful. Elementary school children are in Erickson's 4th stage of psychosocial development, wherein they're learning competence, and the competence they feel at this stage forms their confidence. Middle school children emerge into Erickson's 5th stage, wherein children are creating their identity based on their beliefs and their goals. By giving children in these delicate stages of development high-stakes test data, you affect their budding sense of confidence and beliefs about themselves. Some of these students may see diminishing scores and interpret all the year's work as frivolous. Others will hone in on areas of deficiency in spite of growth. And others, even the gifted students, will use high-stakes scores to justify boundaries in their efforts and their abilities. Parents and teachers cannot control all the narratives our youth form. Our children have levels of interpretation of their own, and should educators or parents be dismissive of the data in order to console or encourage those who struggle, the validity of future data will be affected. These score reports must go directly to parents, who may then determine if and how to share information. Only then may parents and teachers realistically and based on each child's individual needs control the narrative, inform areas of growth, and collaborate in goal setting. I'm sorry to bring this to the board, but as a parent, I must be reassured that this oversight will be corrected. There is little that I would not do for this beloved district of mine. So I offer you grace as you hear and remedy this.
All right. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 25.
I'd like to thank you very much for the 3 minutes. I really appreciate that today. I'm a mom of 4 daughters, 1 in elementary, 1 in middle, and 2 in high school. We moved to Texas a little over 4 years ago, and we're excited to be moving into the Cedar Park community after reviewing the reviews for the district. Our girls were excited to be in a public school setting. My middle daughter is in 6th grade at CPMS. I tell her often if I was in her class, I'd want to be her friend. She's amazing. She was in kindergarten for 2 years. The first year, she struggled significantly with grasping the concepts, but craved the social interaction that she experienced every day. She continued to struggle in 1st grade and partially into 2nd grade before education started to click and she began to get more of the academic concepts being presented. At this moment, both my younger girls are very poor spellers. I believe this is due to the spelling focus being diminished in our current education. We used to have all the fights at home over the spelling list practice, but I think to this day we can say we love the times together as we battled through. She has risen to the occasion by taking on responsibility with her schedule going into 6th grade this year. In recent weeks, we've been in discussion regarding the current book club selections. As we began to review the options, we came to 1 book. She came home the next day and let me know that the teacher said it was not an acceptable book because it is for advanced ELA. Her book selection from that provided list was actually a 3rd through 8th grade level. The goal given by the teacher for this 6th grade English reading assignment was to help students become aware of others around them and create empathy for those that may not be exactly like them. This is not the purpose of school. They need to offer complex sentence structures that will continue to grow her reading comprehension level. Why not have spelling, vocabulary, or phonics clubs instead? I'm paying my tax dollars for the educational preparedness for college. They need to meet academic milestones, and telling my 6th grade daughter she can't read the book she has selected at a more acceptable reading level than the one she was assigned, which was a 2nd through 5th grade reading level, is a failure within our schools. I asked her if she'd be okay to go back to her 2nd grade classroom to pick up the book that she was assigned, and she said no. The plot for the book she was assigned. Melody is an 11-year-old girl. Her parents have done everything they can to help her live a normal life, but life is often frustrating for Melody since she can't speak, move, nor communicate her wishes due to her cerebral palsy. As a result, Melody has to fight to get her wishes. Ironically, I would say. I leave with these questions. Why does LISD accept stifling and denying a student's interest in grade level appropriate, challenging reading material instead of forcing them to read a third grade level book for the sake of teaching empathy skills, which she already gets at home? Is this the right thing for the student? LISD is forcing 3rd grade books on 6th graders to demonstrate a commitment to empathy. How about instead demonstrating through action, as we all should? Does LISD believe parents should be involved in their children's education? What is the status?
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Speaker 25. 26.
I'm reading on behalf of an amazing teacher I know personally that wrote this letter this week. Letter from a tired teacher. Being a teacher is my 2nd career. I have loved teaching for 21 years. I'm an amazing teacher and I have many accolades in my career. This is the first year I have ever considered leaving the field. Teachers with master's degrees get ignored and never promoted from within. Teachers on our campus, 59%, have second jobs just to make ends to meet in Austin's market. Most of us take on extra duties and work on weekends, let alone the school work on weekends. That we take home. Exhaustion is building every week. Every day we cover classes, become and stay targets of verbal disrespect, and are chastised for saying the wrong student's name that is on in attendance. We attend PLC meetings, discuss our stress and concerns, but it really doesn't matter. We're all in the same situation. I've never considered leaving until this year. We have 17 weeks left, not sure how long I can hang on. And it's a sad day when age and experience are ignored for promotions over a 30-year-olds without administrative experience. So I know this teacher personally. She's a tutor to my daughter outside of school, and she wrote the letter this week. So just in response, some things I heard today to the school board is that that's not lies. We get teachers' letters every week. They're written anonymously because these people come here and say that we are terrorists as parents because we're angry about the content of graphic things that our children exposed through the books that we be constantly asking you over and over and over to remove from the schools. We love public education. We don't hate public education. We don't want to get rid of public education. We recognize every color of skin, every person as equal before God. We value every life because every life matters for us. And we come here asking you, and we get angry because we hear people come here and say they're victims. They were the ones that harassed us, put Facebook accounts on our names, Pornhub accounts on our names. We can't even say our names anymore. We used to come here and say our first and last name. I was standing in the back quietly, and this person, number 2 speaker, was recording me. I was doing nothing. I just stood there because I have a problem in my back and I can't sit. And the other person was writing slurs to try to offend me in Spanish. And just to provoke me, and I was standing there quietly. So these people that play the victim, no, they're not the victim. We are parents, and we love public education. We do not want to destroy any one of you. We're just asking you to please listen to us. Respect us, okay? We are here because our children attend your school. We want a better place that everybody's welcome. No matter what color skin they are, we want equality. Right? We want everybody to have the same opportunity, and we're interested in education, not in ideology, politics. Everybody's different. We respect that. We welcome that. But teaching and indoctrinating our children about their gender and all the other content is wrong. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Our next speaker, I believe that was speaker 27. All right. And this is got it. So now we're speaker number 26. Okay, thank you.
SEL is prevalent in LISD this year. Our son is burned out with daily lessons in Step 2 social skills, such as managing anger, dealing with conflicts, managing emotions, basically how to express himself. He was even concerned of the morning school announcements this week regarding how a student's brain reacts to conflict and how to make it respond accordingly. Our son's an extrovert and he loves people. He's very comfortable making friends, so these lessons have been emotionally draining for him in particular. SEL seems to be looking after the welfare of children, but it oversteps into parental rights and is a deceptive door to CRT that needs to shut. SEL promotes psychological determinations by teachers with limited training that can permanently ruin the record of a student and impersonates mental health services. Why can't elementary students learn history? Does the community know that history and civics is not being taught in elementary school at LISD? We received an email from one of the new counselors that have been brought on board in this movement to the district asking if her son would like to sit with her and approve students for lunch working on relationship exercises on how to build them and managing friendships for 6 sessions, basically group therapy. Though I appreciate them asking for permission, that was the right thing to do, and it is our right as a parent, it is not the school's place to give our son therapy. I don't know how you LISD community, about you LISD, but I would like an academic education, not a psychoanalysis for our son. SEL is coming on a little too strong in the elementary curriculum to the point that our son just doesn't enjoy a school that micromanages his emotions because he's hungry for an education and he's really bored. The constant SEL is putting too much pressure on a child who learns from the freedom and opportunity to naturally form friendships. Claiming learning loss for lots of districts all across the nation due to the pandemic was an easy way to get funding from targeting grants. This results in attached strings with big tech data collectors such as Castle and Panorama Education throwing out their surveys and using our children as social experiments. I also just want to address that we no longer have cameras on the audience, so when we have accusations against one group or the opposition, we have no record of that, so it can't be proven. And it would just be so great and protect everybody in our community if we could get the cameras back. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 28.
So as a parent of LISD, I want to say thank you. Every single one of you comes here every 2 weeks, and no matter what vote you make or don't make, I'm sure your lives are not easy here or at home or at HEB or anywhere else in public. It's a thankless job. One I considered trying to run for like 2 seconds and then realized I don't want any of this, and I completely take my hat off to all of you who have put your lives and your families at risk to basically support public education. But I feel as a parent too, there are other parents watching who don't come to these events because Thursday nights every other week is not just convenient. So I do feel it's important to set the record straight. SEL in no way is related to critical race theory. Teaching kids emotional intelligence is part of education. Unfortunately, as we can see by the behavior of some adults, some people didn't get that growing up. I commend LISD for promoting children to be self-aware. I commend LISD for promoting children to learn coping skills in life, because the reality is that your kid can do all the math and science and compound sentences till the cows come home, but it's their emotional intelligence that's going to make them successful. There is a lot of compelling data that supports that. I want to address some of the parents who've come in and felt they had to take issue with some of the books, particularly Poet X. My concern is that they feel like this is pornographic content, yet in themselves revel in reading pornography in a public forum like a public school. They're so concerned with a book their kid might never pick up and read that they feel the need to extrapolate out of context particular sentences and paragraphs and read them in a public forum so that our children who watch online, our children who do come, can listen. So it's not okay for their kids to maybe read it, but it's okay for everybody else's kids to be exposed. And I think that's very telling, because it shows whose kids they're really concerned about. It's not the kids in the community, it's their own. And if that's how they feel, they should go to a private school, because public school is inclusive for everybody. I want to address the person who takes issue with the diversity, equality, and inclusion. I think the thing that's missing from the equation is the inclusion part. I really admire that MLK was brought in, but I think the reality is that he knew that people were judged by the color of their skin, and that continues today. And I think that you have had several parents attest to that. I think when we get to that point, the fact that we're reading about people with different races or gender identities wouldn't be an issue if we had really reached that point of equality. While it would be nice to strive for equanimity, I'll take diversity, inclusion, and equality of thought, of mind, of literature, and of narrative. Again, because the public is diverse, the public strives for equality, and in an ideal public community, inclusion is what matters. So why are we not bringing that to our public schools that serve the public and are supposed to be preparing our children to go out in the public? I really do have to wonder, all of these anonymous letters have any heft. And I just want to say from some anonymous students, Mom and Dad, stop coming and reading these nasty words. You're embarrassing me.
All right, thank you, Speaker. That concludes our citizen comments portion. We will be moving on to the next item in our agenda, our consent agenda. If there's not a motion to remove and discuss, I need a motion to approve.
I move the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. I love this picture because Anna brought the check. I love this picture because not only do our board members come here every other week, but they also spend a lot of other time that the public doesn't see working on board work. And this particular case, we were at a TASB grassroots advocacy meeting, and we have board members who not only went to that meeting, spent a lot of time on a Wednesday night, won $500 scholarship for one of our students in Leander ISD, and we haven't quite figured out how we're going to manage that yet. You're working on that? Okay, very good. But also then committed to doing further advocacy work with TASB through the extended process that will go all the way through into the legislative session in January of 2023. So I love this picture. I want to start this time a little differently than normal. We'll start with the COVID update, mostly because it feels like better news. We're starting to come down the backside of the curve. We still have cases in both staff and students, but certainly we're starting to feel a little bit of relief as the numbers come down. And that's happening out in the community as well. This particular graph is from Williamson County, but tracks both Williamson County and Travis County numbers, and we're glad to be on the backside of Omicron. And you can see the case counts starting to come down by all measures, and so we're happy about that. Certainly at the district level, student case counts are way down. Although it's interesting that if we were talking about this at the last peak, we would have said they're still high. And so things are relative, and we need to keep that in mind, that these variants are very different. And as we draw into the future, we're going to still be looking at our protocols very carefully to make sure that our response is appropriate as we move forward. I do want to just point out in the top left corner there that we have opened a second curative testing site at Running Brushy Middle School. What we've learned over time is that opening these sites sounds simple, but requires many moving parts. And so I just want to thank our team for consistently being diligent about working with our partners and helping us to get opportunities for more testing, for more vaccinations, and for those mitigation protocols. So I really appreciate that. These are our staffing numbers. We've been tracking these closely, and you've been watching them. And as you can see, we continue to come down. It's interesting to note that we were out for those 2 days, Thursday and Friday, with the weather, which was not COVID related, but it really had very little impact on our staffing numbers for COVID reasons. And so sometimes we're tempted to shut down for a little while to provide relief, but it doesn't necessarily provide relief. And this is just an interesting observation from that point of view. But our staffing numbers are coming down, and that's making it more possible for us to continue business as usual. We have fewer central office staff out on campuses, although we're still supporting several campuses as we go forward. But we're also glad to point out that our substitute fill rate is coming back up. It hit 80% for the first time this last week, and so that all in combination is helping us make sure that we can provide the services that our students and our families are used to. Enrollment numbers continue to trickle up, which is always good for us. We continue to accept whichever students move into the district to make sure that we give them the education that they need and deserve. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about attendance, because attendance is of course closely related to funding for us, to revenue. And we've talked a lot about the cost of each of those percentage points of attendance and how we've budgeted. I'll point out that we are waiting on some decisions from the state level. The commissioner is still contemplating how he's going to deal with attendance. We were provided some relief in the first 6 weeks, but that number is reliant on some of our attendance rates in the second semester. And as you know, this is just the first semester's average at 94%, and then we had a really rough January. So those numbers are coming back up, as you can see on that bottom line, and we're starting to get back close to where we usually are at this time of the year, but we're still watching that carefully, and as we hear information from the state, we'll be forwarding that to you and letting you know what our revenues are looking like. We're very proud to celebrate National School Counseling Week. We're very grateful to our counseling staff throughout the district who are working not only on school sites as school counselors, and they work a lot on academic guidance with our students and some prevention strategies and small groups, but we also have a lot of mental health professionals in the district who are working on more serious issues with our students. And the teams work in conjunction with each other, making sure that we identify needs as early as possible so that we can intervene as early as possible and prevent serious issues. And so we're very grateful to all of our school counselors and our mental health specialists in the district. Next week is Volunteer Appreciation Week. We could not run school if it weren't for our volunteers, and those are a lot of our parents, and we're very grateful for the help that they give us, and we'll be celebrating them at all of our schools next week. On February 21st, the students will be off and teachers will be working as we do more professional development. And then we have an in-school day SAT on March 2nd. So I want to change gears on you completely now and talk a little bit about the leadership team meeting that we had this last Tuesday. And this was a deep data dive for us, and this is something that we do on a regular basis. We have a couple of tools that you've heard talked about. One of those is iStation that we use on the reading side with our kids, and iSIP is the screener that we use on that side for reading. And then we have a new math tool that we're using called NWEA Map, which is the screener that we have for our students on the math side now. Usually when we start looking at data with our leaders in the district, we start at the campus level and look at the data at that aggregate level. And this meeting was a little different on Tuesday because we really took a deep dive by starting in a different place, which is with individual student data. And it was exciting to watch our leaders really dive into what that individual student data looks like and how we drive change and transformation in the district by making sure that students are empowered to understand their own data, and that we work very closely with parents and very closely with teachers on understanding how do we move individual students in a growth format. And so that's what you see these principals and the instructional coaches doing, working on that individual student data level. So I'd like to walk you through, if I may, what those two individual student data reports look like that we're sending home to parents. And so we'll start with the MAP math growth data, and this is an actual student data report out of our system. This is the family report that goes home to our parents, and that we're going to start becoming more and more familiar with as we go forward. And as you can see, I've redacted this to make sure that we protect the confidentiality of our students. But I did want you to see an actual report so that we can talk about what's in here. This is what's going home. It explains what the report is, what MAP growth is, and why the children are taking this growth instrument. You'll see in a second that we talk about both achievement and growth measures for the students in this, and these are normed against national norms. And so the comparisons that you'll see in these reports report where students are compared to similar students who are getting similar levels of instruction in the same grade level at the same point of the year across the nation. They are reported with what's called a Rit Score, and we'll talk a little bit more about those right here. So this particular student, you can see, actually has a very low average achievement, only in the 28th percentile of the national comparison group. But what I want to point out is that on the right-hand side, this particular student is also in the 99th percentile for growth. And so when you see that dotted line in the chart on the left-hand side, that's the national average for students at this particular part of their instructional career. And this student is not meeting that average. But this student is growing in exactly the right direction, and we know that if we can maintain that growth over time, then that student will not only meet where she needs to be, but will exceed that on the math side. And so this is an adaptive test. In other words, it finds out where the student actually is, and then it also produces a report that helps us as educators to determine where is the next natural growth point for this student. Where do they need to go next? And so we're very excited about how we can take individual students, identify exactly where they are on their continuum of learning in particular subjects. And this report then breaks this down not only to mathematics, but also to the different areas inside of that. It's also interesting that on this report that goes home to parents, it then lays out a series of questions that parents can interact with their teacher with to make sure that their child is on track and that they're understanding what this report points out, and that it really helps the interaction with the school and with the teachers. And then, of course, NWEA has toolkits of information online where you can go and dig much deeper into what the data means and what that looks like for your child. On the reading side, we have been using iStation for a significant amount of time. ISIP is the screener that we use on that side. I want to point out a couple of things here. ISIP and iStation are used in reading cycles and are implemented with more frequency than MAP does on the math side. So MAP measures students beginning of year, middle of year, end of year, whereas iStation has much more frequent data points. The program tracks the amount of time that the student is interacting on that particular program, also measures lexiles to tell us where they are on that measure, and also has the ability to recommend leveled reading materials for the child to make sure that they're reading at the right level. This is the top half of the report that the parents get home, and this is actually the same child that you saw the MAP math data for. And again, we can see that there are some significant deficits on the reading side for this particular child when you look at only the achievement. But when you start to look at the trajectory of the child, then that begs a certain number of questions for us. What we're looking for is growth. And in this particular case, in the reading, we're not seeing the growth that we would really like to see. What's important to note here is that we are not blindly looking at the data. And so what happens when we as educators start to interact with this data is that it causes us to start to ask questions and to start to investigate what's happening in this child's life. And so when you just look at the trend lines that the program is putting in there, it doesn't necessarily answer the questions. And so if you start to split the data, if you look at the last two data points were in January and February, and when you split the data, you'll see that the question that immediately arose to me is, did something happen over the break that caused the change that we see in this particular child's data? Because they were making some progress prior to the Christmas break, and then it seems for some reason that there was a significant change after the Christmas break. We don't know what that is from the data, but it causes us to ask that question and to start to investigate more carefully with that child. You can see that reading is not just reading, but it's broken down into a number of different areas: word analysis and vocabulary. And you saw on the last slide that we have text fluency and reading comprehension as well as that overall reading score. It's really important to understand that we're not just looking at achievement, but we're looking at growth. And then we're looking at, so now that we know where this child is, what are we doing next? And then I'd like to just for a moment reflect over what really motivates our students and the incredible things that they're doing. And so I just want us to spend a few moments just recalling over the last year or so pictures that have been taken around the district, because our job is to inspire and encourage and motivate real human beings who are doing incredible things across the district in all sorts of areas, inside and outside of the classroom. And we can't forget the influence that we have is much more far-reaching than just a number on a page or a graph or a score or a test. And these students are influenced and protected and loved and cared for by some really, truly incredible adults across the system. Not only in the classroom, but on the bus when they get on at 6 o'clock in the morning, in the cafeteria. We provide opportunities for our kids to connect to their interests and passions, to their aptitudes, to be successful, to be creative, to be inspired, and to graduate. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Board members?
Yeah, so one thing I noticed, I was kind of listening to your report and reading the core beliefs again, and I want to just kind of point out that the fourth one down here, it says a deliberate and intentional focus on relevant and deeper learning for each student will optimize individual outcomes and personal growth. So I love that, yes, we're giving data and we're showing points and we're showing where they are now, but the trajectory of where they are and where they're going, and how do we dig deep and figure out, you know, what each kid needs. And I think, you know, I think giving that information to both the students and the families, and then partnering with the teachers, I think that really does give them an open dialogue and a conversation to have, and it's not just numbers. And so I appreciate that. So thank you very much.
I know that this week, when you had your administration meeting, y'all went over this, and I talked to 2 or 3 administrators throughout the week, and the excitement that they had about that meeting, and they talked about you and your excitement and your passion and how much it filled them. And they said, you know, COVID has done a lot of things and delayed a lot of things, but they remember when, and I remember when you came to LISD, and when we were interviewing and talking to people, you talked about like individual plans and individual learning plans, and it was like all your passion. And I think you walked out and we were all like, that's the guy. And I talked to these principals this week, and they were like, we had this meeting, and it's going to take, I mean, we're getting there. We're on this path. We're getting this data, and we're going to be able to see this. And they said it was amazing, because Dr. Garian was like, no, we're not going to look at school. We're not talking, yes, we're going to look at school, but right now we're going to look at each individual student that's sitting in the desk in the classroom, because looking at that average of that school isn't going to tell you what's going on with each little person, and how that one person is thriving, or what that one person is missing and needs. So it's just really exciting to kind of see this all come together. And talked to 3 different principals, and they were just like, this is so exciting. This is what I always wanted to do as a leader. And I can't wait to talk to my staff and to talk to my teachers about it, because this is what we all want to do. And now we have the tools and the resources to do it. So thank you.
All right, so what I wanted to add was the ISIP and the MAPS report that you shared, or that are going home, and how it helps the parents really partner with the teachers. The ISIP information, I don't know if all elementary schools do it, but like every month they still go through it, so the parents can log in and see this way ahead of time, starting from October or September, whenever they do the first one. And so that engagement can start super early, before waiting for the end of the first semester. So that was just my comment on that aspect of things. And then when it comes to what the students are enjoying, something that I learned this week was the incredible performance by the Cedar Park Lady Timberwolves, the high school basketball team. My screen is failing me. Okay. But it looks like they really haven't lost any game since 2017 that's in the district. And they were going to their the 5th straight title, well, district title. I'm sorry, I can't, my screen is misbehaving. But anyway, but kudos to them. And then the Leander High School Band and was it Vista Ridge High School Band too, that received some exceptional achievements for their work. So it's really good things are happening in the district.
I had a question about our attendance. I know a lot of our students were out with COVID and whatnot. I just want to know if we're making opportunities for those high school students to make sure those hours get owed or paid or whatever you want to call it. I know like my child had COVID twice, and I know our school's been amazing, but I just want to make sure we're applying that across all high schools so that those students don't get left behind because of this pandemic. That's it.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
So Dr. King, I have a question because I actually experienced this in my house where my son brought home his scores. And when I say his scores, I mean it's on these particular tests. There'll be more in the future. What I thought was interesting was he didn't see this as like a star situation. It's not like a once a year, every now and then. This is like, we're talking about your learning that you're doing kind of. He got that message that he's owning this narrative. This is his learning. And I asked him some things. I was like, oh, I see a trajectory going here. Explain to me why this one looks like it's going way down. What's happening? And what was great is he was able to explain to me what he was working on. And I really appreciated his insight. I thought that was an excellent job the district and the teachers were doing. But we also tonight heard somebody who might not have had that same experience. And we know we're trying to change the narrative of a district from, we've heard it before, STAR doesn't explain enough about what is happening with learning, and A through F doesn't really explain or help us do better by our students to encourage them in their learning. How can we do better as far as encouraging that learning? We want them to own their learning, and this is one step. But we're changing the narrative, and so it's going to take a little time to get up. So what are we doing as far as a district to kind of hold ourselves, like how we're doing that continuous improvement or checking when it doesn't always hit the mark, and kind of how are we working on this narrative to our community? Because it's not high stakes testing, right?
Absolutely. This is not high stakes testing. That's good to point out, first of all. And it is new to us, and it's new to the way that we're communicating back out to the community. So we are a large organization. We're not going to get it right every single time. But our job is to begin, and our job is to empower students to know and understand and own their own learning. And they do that by being exposed to how they're doing, and where they can improve and what they can do to improve. It is overwhelming for teachers to have to be the ones who are responsible to make sure every child gets to exactly where they need to be. What we discovered on Tuesday very quickly is that every child is jagged in their ability. So they may be good at math and not so good at reading. They may be inside of math really good at geometry and spatial concepts, but not so good at computation and algebra. And that's true for every child. And it becomes overwhelming to try to track that for every child across the district, or even for every child that you as a teacher are responsible for. If we're going to be successful in this, we really need to make sure that students are starting to know and understand who they are, what their interests and passions are, what their aptitudes are, where their strengths are, and also how they're going to continue to improve every day. So if my goal is to be better tomorrow than I am today, then I have to know where I am today, and also have to know what can I do in order to get better as I go tomorrow. And so we are not at the start of this journey, because we've been on this journey for a while in this district, and that's the power of the culture that we have. But we're starting to beef that up and really start to empower our students, and really hold them responsible for making sure that they are continuously improving in their learning every day.
I had one more question, and I'm just wondering, who do I speak to about this? You know, you'd mentioned in the reading side for iStation, there's, student was doing great and then something happened. I'm looking at this from an RTI's perspective, like where does that intervention kick in? Like how many months, weeks go by before we start that RTI intervention or we start, an evaluation? You don't have to answer that now because I know it's a complicated one, but I would like to know who can I talk to kind of go down that road, and maybe we can talk about it at a board meeting or something.
We can, absolutely, and know that these interventions are real-time interventions. And so that's the power of PLC and our teachers working together and really understanding and talking about where their students are and how they're progressing. That's why it's really important to have these tools in place that can help teachers to see at the classroom level where are their children and how are they doing. The more of those tools we have, the better chance we have of catching those moments in time when we can intervene in time in a timely manner, so that we don't get to 6 months down the line and suddenly go, what happened and how did we get to this point? And it's really difficult to recover. So when students are aware of where they should be going and they don't get there, they can help to alert us to, like, something's not right. What am I doing wrong? How do I get back on track? That's the most powerful that we can be, is when students are alerting us to say, I'm not where I need to be, what's happening, how can I get help?
Okay, it looks like everybody's avoiding eye contact. That's good, then. I can go on. All right, board members, we can either go into the next agenda item. It's our public hearing. Are we good for that, or do we need a 10-minute break? Trying to look. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come right back, and we'll be doing our public hearing on the Tapper and moving into the rest of our agenda. 10 minutes, though, so we're going to put the timer up, and we'll be back.
All right, board members, it is 8:24. In a few more seconds, it's going to be 8:25, and then we're going to get started. There we go. It hit official 8:25. Let's do this. We'll do a small little wrap there. All right. We'll go ahead and get started. If y'all want to, this is the public hearing portion of our meeting where we're going to hear the presentation about our Texas Academic Performance Report and public hearing. We'll do the presentation first. Board members, I'll ask you, we're not to deliberate this. We can ask clarifying questions if we need to, but we're going to let them get through the presentation. We're going to open up to public hearing, and then we can begin our deliberation or ask questions or whatever we have after that point. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and Board of Trustees. So each year, the Texas Education Agency publishes an annual report, which is the Texas Academic Performance Report, or TAPR as we call it. And in this report, you're going to find different information. This is what we're sharing tonight is more of a summary of that report, kind of an autopsy of the 2020-2021 year as they report in the TAPR. And this is meeting the requirements of Texas Education Code, in which we will publish this report and hold a public hearing. Within it, we will look at student and staff demographics as well as performance on our state assessment, which is STAR. We will also look at graduation and college and career readiness factors. The annual report has a number of different components in it, and we have shared those components with you this evening that are linked within the presentation for your review. So we'll start this evening with our student profile from 2020-2021. And so you can see here that the total number of students enrolled, and this comes from our PEIMS reporting, so it's not the whole enrollment for the year, but it's in that October snapshot for that PEIMS, was 40,355, which was a little over 1,000 decrease from the year 2019 and 20. And I have just put in there also what our PEIMS report states for 21-22, so you can see it's back up for that PEIMS report at 41,780 at that time. So on the left, you can see the graph in which it represents our ethnic distribution of our students for last year. And the right actually shows us the information on our student groups and a comparison from 1920 to 2020-21. So one of the components of the report is our STAR performance, and this is, I'm saying we're in the spring of 2022 as we speak, and this is a report from last year of 2021. So we have shared this information on our student performance for STAR a number of times. We share that not shortly after actually our results come out from the state. So we shared them, I believe it was in the summer during July. We also then share that when the report comes out with our accountability presentation in early fall. And then we also share it at this time with the TAPR report. So this is not new information to us. You may see slight differences within some of the percentages, and that's because when the first one is reported from just strictly STAR results, it reports on any student in our system who took the actual assessment, and that student may have enrolled 2 weeks prior to, where the accountability and the TAPR actually report on a subset of students of who was enrolled on snapshot day and actually took the test in our district. So that's why you might just see, if you're looking at the different reports, you might see slight differences. The TAPR this year shows a 2021 and a 2019 comparison, because I'll remind you that in 2020 we did not have any STAR assessments that year. Also, just remind you that you have seen this information before, as I stated, but that the participation rate between the 2 years of 2021 this past year and 2019 was quite a bit difference. You can see the 99 down to 65%. So as you're reviewing the report, or as the community is reviewing that report, that can help understand why, just some contributing factors that you may review there.
Another piece of this that we have looked at before, but we get in a little bit different level of detail on the TAPR, is information about our graduates. This one, I want to remind you that we're going in the Wayback Machine to the class of 2020. So this is even a year earlier than the previous data we were looking at. With graduates, it takes a while. We have to graduate, and then wait till the next fall to see if those students that didn't graduate return to school, and so then they would get included in that continued high school data. And then our district has to submit that data to the state, and then they do their magic and then submit it back to us, right? So this is delayed data, and the class of 2020 were students whose spring of their senior year was significantly disrupted, right? So here we just want to note that our data is remarkably stable, especially given that circumstance for the class of 2020. We talked a lot in accountability about the college career military readiness metric. In the TAPR, it breaks it into two halves. There's a college ready component, and then a career and military ready component. The one really big difference from the class of 19 to the class of 2020 is in that percent considered career and military ready, and so that's the one I wanted to highlight and talk about a little bit. What happened here is the state determined that they wanted these college and career ready metrics to be really consistent. And in the prior years, in 2019 and before, there had been a method of achieving career readiness, please note my air quotes, by taking a sequence of courses. They called it a coherent sequence, but that sequence of courses was locally defined by a district. And so, as you might imagine, there was a lot of inconsistency in what districts decided to call a coherent sequence. And in order to reduce some of that variability, they said, we're only going to do this based on tests or courses for students with special needs that are very well defined. And so that the way to achieve career readiness, the methods for achieving that significantly reduced from that class of 19 to the class of 2020. So that's what that drop is about. It isn't about a big change in our students. As you can see, the three metrics that stayed the same, we saw very, very consistent performance. Again, the industry-based certification I want to highlight as a celebration. This is a group of students who would probably be taking those certification exams at the end of their senior year, which was, again, significantly disrupted. So for that to stay the same is a really big celebration for that group of students. In the college-ready numbers, again, those are very consistent and things we've talked about before. We have TSI, that's the SAT, ACT, and TSI assessment with a benchmark, AP courses, dual credit. One thing that we don't have any graduates yet meeting, but another way to meet college ready is by earning an associate's degree. So we will have opportunities for that coming online, but it won't be in the TAPR for a while because this is real old data. We do also want to point out there is a link on this slide to comparison districts. So we have that list of districts we often compare ourselves to, and so this is all publicly available, but we have compiled some of these key metrics for those comparison districts for you to have access to as well. As we discussed in accountability, we compare very, very favorably to other districts that we compare ourselves to. We have the highest percent of students as college ready and the third highest as career military ready. So a lot to celebrate there as well. One more slide of data, something that's, I'm sorry, Brenda, if you would advance for me. Another interesting component of the TAPR report is it has information about staff. And so we just wanted to share one way that they break down staff here is of the employees of the district, what percent of them are teachers? And so we have just under 56% of our staff members are teachers, another 30% that are educational aides and auxiliary staff, 12% professional support. That was the one I had the most questions about. Professional support includes, deep breath, counselors, nurses, librarians, school psychologists, diagnosticians, instructional coaches, maintenance and custodial staff, and campus technologists, and a whole bunch of other things. But those are professionals on campus that are making the school work, right? But not directly responsible for instruction to students. And then we have just under 3% of our total staff members that are campus and district administrators. That's principals, assistant principals, and district staff. We also included some demographics about our staff, our teachers. They're in that little tiny graphic. And then there is a comparison district analysis here, also linked to those same set of districts. We are pretty much in the middle on all of these metrics. The one that was stood out to me is the campus and district administration percentage. We had the lowest among our comparison districts. All are 5% or less, but we coincidentally were the lowest on that particular metric.
Okay, so as we said, this is a brief summary of this report, as it is data that we have certainly looked at and discussed before, but we were sharing this information this evening, and so if there are any questions, and I invite the community, if there's any questions from the community, anyone is, we welcome, Emily and I both welcome anyone to please contact us, and our information is in the slide at this time, and we're happy to answer any of those questions. But again, the entire report is linked in here, and it may be viewed as well on the Texas Education Agency website, and for district and for campuses.
All right, so the Board of Trustees will now open up the public hearing on the Texas Academic Performance Report as required by the Texas Education Code 39.306. We are going to invite any of our members who signed up in the community to be heard on the report to come forward. We have one, speaker number 2. That would be you. And you'll have 3 minutes to the podium. That's great. Thank you.
Good evening. Normally I dance my way up here, and I know some people like it and some people don't. Well, that's okay. But there's nothing to dance and be happy about when I'm looking at these numbers, guys. I checked out the TAP reports from what is available on currently 2012 to 2013. Leander was doing wonderful. Let's just stick with reading, okay? Every kid should know how to read. Every kid, when they get done, they should be able to read at the level, the grade level that they're at, all the way through. Some kids are slower, some kids are faster, but the kids should be really good. And the numbers reflected that in the TAPR from 2012 all the way to 2016. Something happened, and I believe it was this social emotional learning and or CRT that started to creep in here. I don't have all the facts, but the facts are where we used to be at a 6th grade level in 2016, 83% of the kids knew how to read. That's fact. 83. So if there was 100 kids, 83 of those kids would know exactly how to read at their 6th grade level. In 2019, this is before the pandemic, in 2019, it was only 57 out of those 100 kids. Now, Mr. Gearing, on August 3rd, when you took this job of 2019, you said, I want to do every decision and think of every kid. How about every kid knows how to read a book? How about read their driver's license? How about read the sign that says Leander ISD Learning Model? They might not. And that breaks my heart. That's why I wasn't dancing. I come up here every week because I really do bleed for these kids. I was one of them. I was a kid that was left behind, and the kids in the system were just pushed through until someone lovingly pulled me out and said, Paul, you're going to learn how to read. It opened a door to me, to people I've never met. I have gone so many places around the world. It's amazing. Some people eating on their silverware was more expensive than my house now. I swear, it's been an amazing journey because I could read. And I love books, and I love kids. This system has to be fixed. And this is before the pandemic. In fact, Dr. Guerin, you could say this before you got here. So it's not your fault that it started going down before, but it is under your leadership now. What you going to do about it? That's all I have to say. Do you guys get to talk back, or is this a different forum? Sure. One day.
All right. Board members, any questions?
I want to thank y'all for the presentation, and thank y'all for offering people to reach out to you, because some adults are slower and some are faster. And some of those slower ones might need to really sit one-on-one and ask those questions and get some help looking through that data, because I realize it's very complicated data, and I know y'all do this for a living as a profession. And so I appreciate y'all taking that time to sit down with people to go through that data.
I just find it hard sometimes. Well, I found it hard when I wasn't on the board. Even when I watched policy, when I'd hear the different reports coming out of the board, I'm like, wait, they talked about this number. Wait, this number came back up. Was this that number or this number? I think sometimes it feels like silos of information coming out. And as a parent who wants to be engaged in their child's learning, it can be hard to follow. This report is a summation of the data that we talked about in 2017. So I guess my first request is it possible to take the July 2017 presentation you did and put it to this so the community can go look at it before they call y'all? Because this one doesn't have as much information as y'all provided for us in July. And we could put the note on there, what we could say it now is that pre-report. There'll be a slight different, a % here or there, as we said, between the July report and this report. But there was so much detail you gave us, and we discussed in that July meeting. So I think that might help our community. The other one is as we're starting to change this narrative and work with students owning their own learning, it does become somewhat, may feel like alphabet soup, right? Wait, there's a map and a toss and teaks and stars, and there's so many letters out there. When I hear of STAR, I equate that to high stakes testing. As admin, can you tell me what could I communicate to the community or parents when I'm out there talking? How do y'all, or why would y'all, what makes this high stakes testing when y'all look at it?
What makes the STAR high stakes?
Yes, the STAR.
And I'm going to share my perspective, Madam President. So in the sense that the STAR is a state assessment, it is used across every campus and district in the state. It is over the TEKS for that grade level of whatever is tested in that content area. It is used as a component within our accountability A through F rating for every campus and district. With that said, it is one piece of data. We have spoken, myself, I know certainly my colleagues, we've spoken about the story of a student, the story of a campus, of our communities, and that is not based on one piece of data. That is a collection of evidence. Dr. Gearing spoke this evening and shared with us the information on ISIP and MAP that we use. That's another piece. It could be running records. It could be the surveys that we do with our students and our parents and our teachers. All of those are different pieces that lend itself to the entire story. So yes, it is a piece. The STAR is a piece of data that is used across every public school district and campus, but it is one that, again, I'd like to just remind everyone that it's just one piece of data. It does not define a student, a campus, or a district in itself. So, and I'm looking forward to, honestly, we've talked about our community-based accountability and what our community really holds true and what they believe and what they would like us to see us really hold ourselves accountable to in our students. And so we are looking much greatly forward within our strategic plan of holding that at least side by side, because although we may not control what that we have a state assessment and what that leads into, it is an important piece of data. We don't disregard that, but it is certainly not the only one. And with the community-based accountability, we are also able to bring in many more components that our community would like to see.
Excellent. I would point out in the TAPR I was looking at, because there's, as y'all pointed out, multiple levels of measurements, material, data points presented in the TAPR. And it wasn't up in the slide, but as I was looking through, I just want to say, when I looked at our class size ratios for elementary, it was exciting to see our class size ratios, like we're getting smaller, right? And I think that was really neat to be able to compare over time. I also noticed our AP, IB, and dual credit. When you look at what our performance is against the state, you really see a difference going on with the Leander ISD on average, right?
And even with our comparable districts in the information that we've shared, you saw that same thing.
That's true. That's true. And there'll be a few outliers here and there, and I'll get with y'all later to make sure I understand where those pieces are. And the other thing I just wanted to point out to the board as well is, you'll notice IBCs in here. That's what CTSBA was talking about, was industry-based certificates. And there is, governor has put together a council. They haven't started meeting yet, but we'll see more discussions on IBC and career military readiness as we move forward. So I'll be watching those numbers too as we progress.
I'm really excited. I will say I was working with our CTE team just this week on projecting who's going to take IBCs this year. So we are really excited to see that program growing. You're going to hear in the House Bill 3 presentation some more leading measures, but as a incoming high school parent, I'm really excited to watch the changes happening in our GPA system to encourage more CTE courses, et cetera. So I'm excited in future TAPR years to get to talk a lot about, and just having some insight even into our data from last year. There are some exciting things on the horizon there.
I was just digging through the comparison district results, and I think it's really impressive looking at that college ready percentage. That kind of blows me away from 2019 to 2020, knowing what 2020 was, as I had a senior that graduated in 2020. But when you look at comparison districts as well, and I know we shouldn't always do that, but I think it does give you a sense of what's happening in the area around us and kind of impacts that, COVID made on all of us, right? And just being able to see how we really shined, despite the challenges of 2020. So I think this really says a lot when you look at these percentages in all of these areas, in our IB, in our dual credit, just all of it is really impressive. It's a lot to celebrate.
Yes, it is. I don't want to rain on that because I totally agree. But I do want to point out that the one thing our class of 2020 did get to do is take the school day SAT. They had lots of chances to take the SAT because they got their whole junior year and their whole fall of their senior year. And even our class of 2021, who of course has already finished a semester of college, but we haven't talked about yet, they got to take a school day SAT because it was in March of 2020, but before spring break. And so that full impact of COVID on the TSI numbers is really going to be our current senior class, who we offered a school day SAT, absolutely, but it was in person, and only about 40% of our juniors at that point were in-person learners. And so unfortunately, a lot of students didn't get to take advantage of that opportunity. And so there are some ongoing COVID impacts that we will not see, again, because this data is so delayed, that we won't see. Hopefully, my junior will get to take his school day SAT in just a few weeks. And most of his colleagues will get to do that with him. But that really big impact on that one opportunity that we have worked so hard for all of our kids to get, unfortunately the class of 2022 had some disruption with that one. So that's where we're gonna start to see that. But again, I think that's going to be an impact that is statewide or nationwide. Right. That's not going to be particular to Leander. But that is one thing I wanted to point out, that the class of 2020 had a lot of rough things in their senior year, but they did get lots of chances to take the SAT. So that is one thing where that's going to take some time to filter through the system.
I have a question regarding slide 4, which is, let me try and get them myself. Yes, okay. So the use of approaches, is that the usual metric for reporting, or is it more of meets or masters? I'm just trying to figure out.
In this report, it shares the approaches level, which is the first level of meeting the passing standard as dictated by the state. So we have the approaches level, meets, and masters. Again, because this is data that we have presented a number of times, we combine that into the approaches or above as defined by the state, but it will break it down into the 3 different performance levels.
So is the goal definitely the goal is, I guess, meets above, or whatever it is. I just wanted to see if this particular metric of approaches and above is what the state considers as passing.
That is correct.
Okay.
Anything at approaches or above is considered passing.
Okay. All right, thanks.
And I know that I believe in the House Bill 3 presentation coming right after us, they will be talking more directly toward the other 2 levels of meets and masters.
Thank you.
Sade, those 3 categories are specific to the state reporting. And so those aren't, I know that there's been some chatter about that, but those aren't things that like we made up. Those are actually state categories.
Oh, no, I know there's state categories. It's just which one is highlighted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on this one, we're saying it's approaches and the other categories above that. It's approaches level and meets and above. So it's all of
it's
those.
anything above, right.
Anything that counts as passing.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment. The actual TAPR is a detailed and complex document. I appreciate that we're trying to focus conversation on some particular aspects of the TAPR, but from my point of view, on a public hearing on the TAPR, for the presentation, just to include a link to the TAPR and not to include the report, which isn't really that lengthy. I mean, it's 28 pages or something like that. It is a bit of a miss, and there's certainly lots more we could talk about inside the TAPR. And something I would expect to be presented in the future with a public hearing on our district TAPR report.
I'll go back and look at our history on that. I think that's important to see how have we taken TAPR before. Remember when I first got onto the board and I was told, oh, it's old data. I was like, well, no, it's still data. We still want to know. We're still required to look at it. But I think we also need to look at that data in its proper place. And I think maybe we used to have just a link to the TAPR broken out, but it's in here now. So y'all have embedded extra documentation and material than I remember when I was on the board. It seems like there's more information.
Yes, these are actually required, that these are part of the TAPR, so there's different various links that are embedded within the actual report that in the complete report, actually, with the glossary and everything that they ask us to provide to our community.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm looking here at our old agenda item because it looks like this is what we normally post. I do have a question for how this fits in, because it's as you said, autopsy, older data. I do have a question of how this fits in to our district improvement plan and our strategic plan. And not a whole lot of information right now because we're getting ready to go to HB3, but could you just kind of help give us like the capsule? Where is it going to input in?
Absolutely. So when we look at, and I'll start as an example. So at this point, we're in the spring, and so we're going to be starting to look, and already starting to look at our district improvement plan as it aligns nicely within our overall strategic plan. So when we start to look at our district improvement plan, we are certainly looking at information, and I'll use performance as one of the pieces there. If we were looking at our goals to look at academic growth for our students and we were using data, we would certainly look at data that is coming out of this spring's assessment, which will happen here in 21-22, right, for this spring. We'll get those in the summer. That will feed into that. But we will also look at previous year data that we may want to look at over time that feeds into our district improvement plan. Sometimes, honestly, the state, this is one of those that these are often, they are compliance driven and date driven. So when we get, for example, our first results from the state assessment, we have a certain date by which those should be reported to our communities. Same thing for the accountability and now for the TAPR. Those don't always align nicely with what we would like to do and put as we look at our improvement plans. But yes, it is information that certain components within the TAPR or certain components within the results or accountability, for an example, would feed into our district improvement plan. So we may be looking at over years. So it is a compliance piece, but it is also certainly components, certainly with the college and career readiness features, that would also be a direct input into that district improvement plan.
Thank you. Board members, I did go check last 2 meetings. This is kind of the presentation we do. It's just a little snapshot or sample. Certainly, though, if we want more information for the community or we need something, go ahead and reach out to Brenda and them and
Please,
talk about what we can add to here. You okay? Okay. But we can always add more information if we want.
Absolutely.
And I get it, there's tons of information. I think by adding our July 2017 discussion, our link as well, that'll help our community because there is a lot of information out there. I get it. And so I'm hoping maybe those two together might help.
And we can actually add the July because that's the results we were talking about overall, regardless of when the students came in. And we can also add in our accountability presentation. So those all feed in the same vein.
Board members, anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
This will close our public hearing portion, our public hearing of the TAPR. And from Christmas past, guess we'll go to Christmas present. I'm not sure. HB3. We now will go into our next item, the student experience. We're going to discuss House Bill 3, proficiency plan and goals update. And just a heads up, I'm wanting to know the same thing, how this goes into the DIP strategic plan so we can, because again, for the community and for parents, as we're trying to figure out how do we help our kiddos, it is a lot of data, a lot of information coming this way, so.
Thank you, Madam President, and I gotta move on, but I'm thinking about how to do it in character, Jacob Marley style, but I don't think it'll work. So you did just get a high-level view, brief high-level view of the STAR data, which is the standardized state test that happens once a year. We are going to give you data and talk about some progress data for this year. And we're going to talk a little bit about our ISIP and our NWA MAP data. That's the reading data and the math data. So it was great. Bruce did a brilliant job of showing our staff, but also how our students and our teachers are talking about and looking at and setting goals based on that individual student data. We're here today to talk to you about House Bill 3, which is a sliver or a cross-section of data and goals that are also found in our district improvement plans, not just for third grade like we're going to talk to you about today, and college career military readiness as required by House Bill 3, but K-12 through the whole system in the DIP. So I'm just going to have us dive right into it, Jennifer, and hand it over.
Awesome. So we do want to remind you of a few things. Emily and Brenda did a very nice job of setting us up for some of the data that we're going to be looking at. Just as a reminder, for our third grade reading and math STAR data from last year, we did have a subset of students who did not test. We had around 80-ish% of students test in both reading and math for third grade specifically. And then as Emily mentioned just a minute ago, as we think about college career military readiness, the PSAT, TSI, the testing opportunities just haven't been the same for our students. So as we look at class of 2022 data, that's something just for us to keep in mind. So this is a chart that we originally looked at back during our October presentation. There is nothing new or different on this chart, but because this is a House Bill 3 presentation, I just wanted to re-ground us in the way that House Bill 3 works. So we had some questions earlier about approaches, meets, and masters. House Bill 3 is all about the meets level, and the Commissioner of Education has set goals across the state of Texas that he would like to see 90% of students at the approaches level, 60% of students at the meets level, and 30% of students at the master's level. And so House Bill 3 is all around that philosophy. So as you look at the state goal for reading, the gray bubble all the way to the right, you will see that for meets at the state level, the goal is 60%. His goal is that 60% of students are at the meets level by the 24-25 school year. Here in Leander, because of where our baseline data was already above the state, we set different goals, and so you'll see that our eventual data is to be at 65% by 24-25. So any questions about this kind of baseline data and goals before we move on and talk about kind of our current reality?
65 or 66%?
Does it say 66?
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I am looking at a very tiny number right here, and so it could say 66 and not 65. Can I borrow your glasses? Because I don't even wear glasses, Trish, so that's how tiny it is. Not yet. Maybe I do after tonight. All right. So the next slide that we are going to look at is a snapshot of some of our current reality. So even though House Bill 3 is focused on third grade student performance, it also focuses on where are our students leading up to third grade reading performance. What are those predictive measures? What are those lead measures that would tell us how students will eventually perform in third grade? So as we look at our kindergarten, first, second, and third grade students who took ISIP at the beginning of the year and the middle of the year, what we notice is that we have more students at the middle of the year meeting the threshold for Tier 1 on ISIP. The threshold does change from beginning of year to middle of year. Students are expected to be at an increased level in each one of these grade levels. And so not only did we have the same number of students maintain the expected growth, we had increased numbers of students meet that. And so that's a real celebration for the work that's happening in our classroom. Our teachers are amazing. The next thing that we wanted to show you is a cohort of students. So we looked at cohort data back at the beginning of the year, and so we've added the middle of the year data here. So this chart here is specific to our current second grade students. So you can see from the time these kids started kindergarten with us all the way until their middle of year second grade data. As students have been in our system, they are getting stronger as readers in our system. And so this is a great view of data. Sometimes when you compare compare first grade to first grade or second grade to second grade, it's different students, right? And so looking at a cohort really tells us a lot about what's happening with our individual students. And then this next chart is our current third grade cohort. And again, as these students are in our system, they are becoming stronger and stronger as readers. This chart is interesting. This is a new chart. We did not have a chart like this in the fall. And so I want to take a little bit of time to explain it to you. So if you look all the way over to the left, what you'll see are the approaches, meets, and masters actual percentages for 2018-2019. You'll notice no data for 1920 because we did not have STAR in 1920. And then you'll notice the actual numbers for approaches, meets, and masters for the 2021 data. And then you'll see that note there that, remember, we only had about 80-ish% of our students testing. ISIP does give us projections for what we might anticipate for our STAR scores for this coming spring. And so that's why they're in a little lighter shade of the blue, gold, and gray, is because these are projections from ISIP. And so you'll see that the projections right now are 84% at approaches, 41% at meets, and 14% at masters. So that caused us to ask some questions because the approaches is more on target with what we would expect, where the meets and masters look a little bit lower. So we went back and looked at the data for 2021 just to compare what did the projections look like at middle of the year then. So I'm just going to read these numbers to you. At middle of year for 2021, approaches projection was 83%. The meets projection was 37%, and we made it to 55. And the master's level was at 12%, and we made it to 31. So we actually had an ISIP trainer here in the district on Tuesday training some of our principals. So we asked, so what's going on with these projections? They seem really conservative. And so what she explained to us is it really is about a band of scores. And as you get up into the meets and masters level, sometimes you're just talking about one or two questions different there between meets and masters. And so they're ultra conservative. She gave us some other numbers that we could kind of play around with, but really until we do this a couple of times, we're not really going to know kind of what is the right grade band here for Leander. But looking at last year's projections and then this year's projections, we feel confident that our students are doing well. So our next steps for reading specifically, you heard a little bit tonight already about the increased communication through our family reports that were sent home for ISIP. And then we also have a district web page that gives parents much more information about the universal screener, so they could really go dig in if that's something that they're interested in doing. Again, we believe that the focus on early childhood curriculum and professional learning and instructional practices as kids come into our system at ages 3 and 4, we believe that that's going to make a difference in our reading performance. And then that last bullet is super important. So we have thousands of teachers going through the Reading Academy right now. And so the focus is shifting from completion of the Reading Academy to application of the knowledge in the Reading Academy. So right now our teachers are super focused on making it through all of the different expectations for Reading Academy. And you heard it mentioned tonight, it is very, very cumbersome for our teachers. It is good learning, but it does take a lot of time. And so what we want to make sure happens in the years to come is not only do teachers acquire the knowledge, but how are we putting that into practice in the classrooms? And so we've got teams of teachers and language arts curriculum specialists working on that application level. So before we move on to mathematics, any questions about reading specifically?
Board members? For the Reading Academies, just a question as far as what does it look like as far as the pipeline, right? When teachers are graduating out of colleges and universities, are they coming in with this Reading Academy training, or are we going to have to, because I think there's confusion based on what I've seen trustees and what I've seen reports out of TEA. I think there might be miscommunication or maybe some misunderstanding.
So I'll tell you the last thing that we heard from our contacts at Region 13 that we partner with very closely. As teachers are coming out of college now, they are entering the system with the Science of Teaching Reading skills. Like they've had to take additional courses for the Science of Teaching Reading. They are also required to take an additional certification test for the Science of Teaching Reading. but they will also be required to do their reading academies as first-year teachers in our district if they are teaching kindergarten, first, second, or third grade. So the expectations are going to continue for teachers who are brand new teachers, or a teacher who maybe this year they're teaching fourth grade and next year they move down to second grade. Those teachers would also be required. So it is the expectation across the state of Texas. That's what they're telling us right now. And then also we are working very closely with HR and our instruction and professional learning team to try to figure out, and how are we going to manage keeping up with all of this over time. If we have a teacher teaching first grade now, she moves to fourth grade for a few years, and then let's say in 3 years she wants to come back down to first grade, how do we remember that she took that course and that she already has those credits and she doesn't need to be enrolled, right? And so it is very cumbersome and very complex, and we are working together trying to figure that out. It's a lot of people in our system, yeah.
Well, I know as a district, of course, we want our teachers to have the right certification, the right ability, and the right training. But I am aware, and I'm sure anybody else, sometimes that mandates can actually be so cumbersome that they're kind of getting in the way a bit. So I know there's this balance between, we want high quality teachers, but we also want to make sure that we take care of our workforce where they don't feel like they're just running through a lot of red tape either. So I'm sure the legislative committee is going to be reaching out to you all as well to see if we need to advocate for something to help address a fix, if possible, in the upcoming session. So
I think that's fantastic. As we're working together, we have new to profession supports already in place here in Leander ISD, and the conversations recently have been around how do our new to profession supports need to shift, especially for our K through 3 teachers moving forward. What does that need to look like? All right, so we'll talk about mathematics. So some of these charts look very similar and will not take as much explanation. Again, you'll see that the state goal there is at 60%, and here in Leander, our goal eventually is to be higher than that. And again, these are all at the meets level, and so just like with reading, the goal for approaches is 90%, meets is 60%, and masters is 30%. So this is the predictive data for early childhood mathematics. So MAP also has predictive data. So you'll see the actual data from 1819 on the left, then no data for 1920. For 2021, you'll see our actual, and remember, only about 80-ish% of our kids are captured there. And then the MAP projections, what they're telling us right now for our current third grade students is that our approaches would be at 79%, our meets at 52%, and our masters at 22%. Again, this is a new assessment for us. We don't know exactly how accurate these projections are going to be, but I will say to you, and you'll see some of this in future slides as well, our curriculum team put a focus this year on supporting third grade teachers very specifically, and there are teachers from every elementary campus that are participating in professional learning with our curriculum specialists, and they are going back and working in their PLCs specifically with third grade. And so I'm projecting, and you're going to see in some of the data, that our third grade data is going to take a bump up this year because of the work that's happening that's very targeted towards third grade this year. So this is the comparison from beginning of year to middle of year for mathematics. So what we notice for kindergarten, first and second grade is that we did not have the same numbers of students meeting that on grade level kind of expectation with mathematics at the middle of the year than they did the beginning of the year. So like Dr. Gehring was talking about earlier, in our conversations with administrators on Tuesday, we really began digging in at the student level. What is the story of the student, and what is it that we know is going on with them? And then the data also then tells us what are the potential foundational skills that the students are missing, what is the practice that these students need, not only at the classroom level, but also at the individual level. So that's something that we're beginning to dig into, but you'll see third grade is a little different. We see a tick up in third grade, and so we're hoping that that is a result of the professional learning that's being provided in the targeted support for third grade.
Jennifer, can I just add that, again, this is measuring expected growth. So the percentage that is going down in grades kindergarten, first and second, are our students compared to the students across the nation that took the MAP test, and the expected growth are on those two grades does not meet with what the other students are doing. It's slightly lower. It doesn't mean that their actual scores go down. When you looked at Bruce's example, these scores could be, in most cases, they are very high. It would be just that the growth, they're not growing at the level that some of the other students across the nation are, except in third grade, where we have really focused our intense mentoring and professional learning. That does look like how it's supposed to look. So we're focusing on those other grade levels as we head into year 2.
I have a question about that. How does this account for, I'm curious, across the nation, across the state, when we're looking at growth, right? We're looking at this change in growth. When you have students who are performing very high and you don't have a lot of room for growth. So let's say you take a test, right? And I make 100 on it, and I take it again, and I make a 98 on it because I missed one. I'm actually going to show a decrease in growth, right? Or if I made 100 again, would it just show that I was stagnant and didn't have any growth? I'm wondering how this accounts for students who are already achieving at a very high level and that growth. How do we account for that?
So I'll explain what I heard Emily say earlier this week with our principals, and then she can come up and rescue me if I totally butcher it. Okay, it's going to be great. So students are compared with other students who performed at the same place they did at the beginning of the year. So if I was performing at a 97th percentile at the beginning of the year, then I am compared with other students who were performing at the 97th percentile at the beginning of the year. And then was my growth more or less than the average growth for students that were performing at the same place that I was at the beginning of the year? So it is different for every percentage point.
And I can't help myself but to jump in and say that the beauty of these assessments is that they don't have a ceiling. And so we expect children to grow a significant amount. So the way that you talk about it, that language assumes that there's a ceiling, that they reach a certain level. But the beauty of these adaptive assessments is that there is no ceiling. So growth suddenly becomes possible, and we expect it to be higher no matter how high you're achieving.
That helps a lot. I've seen charts where they looked at STAR test results growth, and I remember one time it showed my kid had negative growth, and it was because he made a perfect score on all of it the year before, and then he missed one the second year, and so it showed decline growth. And so that was kind of my concern there. I'm also curious though, even so there's no ceiling. What do y'all account for this decrease in their comparison groups in kindergarten and first and second? I know we know what the increase in third grade, we can account that for, this targeted intervention in third grade. But I'm curious why we would see this across those other grades.
So I think that we can make a lot of speculations. I don't know that we know. As we think about students who came into our system, and let's take first grade for an example. So we had 76% of our students average or above at the beginning of the year. So at middle of the year, only 69%. So what were the foundational skills that maybe teachers had to spend additional time on that they weren't able to go as deep potentially? We don't know. Is it pandemic impact, right? And we're having to fill in gaps for students and we're not able to go as deep. I don't know that we know yet, but I can tell you that we have about 5 pages of questions that we ask when we look at the data, which is what good data should do, right? Is make you ask more questions. And again, we just had these conversations with our principals on Tuesday. And so as we're continuing to meet with PLCs and meeting with teachers and meeting with principals, those are the kinds of things that we want to learn more about. What is this data really telling us, or what are the questions that it makes us want to ask? Yeah.
And I think the beauty of MAP growth is that it changes the paradigm, it changes the conversation for us. And this is our very first year to be doing this. And so as we have conversations about individual student data and individual student growth and what's possible, we will get better and better at having those conversations not only with kids, but with parents and then with teachers as well. And so it's going to take us some time to make that paradigm shift. And so we're just thrilled that we have access now to tools that help us to have that conversation much more effectively.
And you know, it's interesting because it's 2 data points for every cohort of students that we have in our system, right? That's all we have is 2 data points. And so if we put the ISIP slides back up where we had 2 or 3 or 4 years worth of data, sometimes they did dip down and it made you wonder what's going on, you know, why did it dip down? And so those are questions that we want to continue to ask because we have 2 data points. That's all we have right now. Yeah.
When we have 3 at the end of the year, we'll know
all
everything.
the answers by then. We'll know all the answers. So, I'm sorry.
No, quick question just on the communication through family reports. Just my only request is, have y'all put in, or are there going to be feedback loops where we follow up with some of our parents? Because this is new and we're changing the narrative and there isn't a cap, and this isn't about a test that's meant to be punitive, but to help students start to own their own learning. What will we be doing, or what have we started, or what are our next steps on the communication when it says increased communication?
Yeah, so Alicia and I were actually just talking about that earlier this week. What are the feedback loops that we want to put into place, not only with our parents, but with our students and with our teachers and our administrators regarding learning that's being provided, or websites that are being provided, or the way that reports are sent home, right? Like, we have a lot of feedback that we know that we need to gather because, again, it's very new. And so we want to make sure that we're hitting the mark. And, you know, we made a commitment to our Board of Trustees and our community that we wanted to increase transparency with student data. And so we believe that this is a step in the right direction, but are there different ways that we could execute better? Those are the kinds of pieces of feedback that we want to get. So the other next steps for mathematics, Trish, you already mentioned that first one about the family reports. So the second one is that we are continuing to provide targeted training for MAP K through 3 with our instructional staff, just trying to interpret what does this data mean, what are the instructional implications. We remind our teachers and our administrators all the time, we're learning too. This is new for us, just like it's new for you, and maybe we have 2 additional trainings that you haven't had yet, but we're just barely a step ahead, right? And so as we are getting more data, the questions that we're able to ask and the learning that we're able to have together deepens. You'll see there that third bullet is all about the intentional learning with our 3rd grade teachers, and we are excited about potentially the results that are coming from that. And then again, we believe that because of early childhood and the work that we're doing with our 3- and 4-year-olds, as we see those students come through our system, it's going to make a difference in our mathematics performance.
I think you'd all agree I'm at my best clicking, but I'm going to present a little bit about the College Career Military Readiness data for House Bill 3. So Jennifer's done an exceptional job explaining how the goal thing works, and you can see with CCMR, and this was responded to earlier in the TAPR presentation, we have set goals that align with our student performance as we continue to grow and head towards that that aspirational goal of having 100% every single student exit our system college, career, military ready. Over the next 3 years, we're headed towards that goal of 90% as we continue to incrementally work on increasing. You've seen this slide before. This is the data for college, career, military readiness for the class of 2018, 19, and 20. We will not have data on the class of 21, which graduated last spring, until the fall. So we are going to share with you some of our internal calculations that we do based on our monitoring of SAT testing and also TSI testing as well. You'll see, just as a reminder, the navy on these bar graphs is the students, the percentage of students that met TSI in both language arts and math, which means that they've met that threshold established by the state through the Texas Success Initiative in both language arts and math. And then the small gold piece at the top is where students have achieved CCMR by other measures, which I'll show on the next slide. And Emily talked very eloquently about some of the testing challenges that our students have faced during the pandemic. Also, you'll see that we've been pretty steady at 14% with the all other alternative measures or alternative ways that you can achieve college career military readiness for the class of 2020. It dropped to 11%. There were also challenges with students taking those industry certification exams and the need to be in person, and some of them were canceled and things like that. So as Emily basically did my portion of the presentation. Thank you, Emily. It was awesome. But we expect to come bounding back on our industry certifications, not only because the testing opportunities are back in place, but because of some of the structural changes we've been making and the opportunities that are opened up for our students to take more CTE courses and just follow more of the pathways that they are interested in. So we expect that number to be at least 14% or higher for the class of 21 and then into 22. So I'm going to show you some of our internal calculations just for a minute, and I'm going to be clicking back and forth between this slide and that slide so that I can try to answer any questions proactively before they get asked. So we do keep track of how our students are doing on TSI. We monitor it continually, but then we do some snapshots. We do them every January and then in May at the end of the school year. So an interesting thing that you'll notice right away, going back to, for instance, the class of 2019, you'll see that our calculation at the end of May was that 70% of our seniors had met TSI. When I just reported to you right here for that middle bar, class of 2019, 74% according to the state met TSI. Now, some of those reasons are some of the way that TEA includes students or excludes students. Brenda talked about that, but also after graduation, students continue to take TSI tests and pass them. Also, our counselors through summer melt and things like that continue to work with our students and families to get them ready and prepared to be able to head into post-secondary without the need for remediation. So just like 2019, our ending percentage was 70% according to our calculations, and by the end of the summer it was 74. Same with class of 2020. You'll see our ending calculation was 69%, and then they ended up at 74%. So for the class of 2021, this last graduating class, first of all, in January, our students were at 59%, which does demonstrate the impact of those testing limitations and just some of the challenges that our students at high school have faced over the last 2 years. But our calculations, according to the SAT data and the TSI data, ending at that May graduation, was that 68% of our students had met TSI. So if you think of 2020, 69 to 74, we think that 68 will end up in the 70s as well. And and that also doesn't include that yellow bar, which will be the industry certification. So we'll be bringing that data to you when we have it. And it's always a year behind, which is so frustrating. But we'll bring that to you when we have it. And in the meantime, we'll be bringing to you our TSI calculations, which for January, this senior graduating class is at 58% TSI ready as of last month. And so our teachers, our counselors, our interventionists are working very hard. We appreciate, and our campuses appreciate, the investment in additional staff, our student success facilitators at the secondary level, to do the interventions and to focus the support so that students can be college, career, and military ready as they exit our system. So in terms of wanting to provide you some additional data, since we don't have the TEA data, along with our internal calculations, also wanted to show you PSAT data. And the purpose of this is to look across several years to see, hey, did the pandemic have an impact on our student performance? PSAT data is one set of data points that we can look at to make some determinations. Is there learning loss, as people have been talking about across the state and the nation? So it's kind of hard to see, so I don't want to be like Jennifer and say the wrong numbers, but as I really can't see that blue reading dot for 17-18. I think it says 26.9. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. So I want to kind of go through reading and writing and math across these last few years. So you look at 17-18, that blue dot, 26.9. In 18-19, it was 27.0. In 2019, it was 26.8. Now, 2021 is a little bit of an anomaly. I'll talk about that in a minute. But if you go over to the students that took the PSAT just this past fall, just a couple of months ago, 26.9. So what you see there is stability. And I can tell you, before the pandemic, we're not particularly pleased with stability in a flat line. We want to see improvement. So when you look at the writing, again, 26.6, then some number in the 26s, I can't see. That black font is really not showing up well, but it comes pretty straight across. Now the gray ones you can see. So with math, 25.8, 25.9, 25.5, 25.6. What you're seeing for our PSAT data with our 11th graders that took it a couple of months ago is stability and performance that does not demonstrate that this year's juniors taking the PSAT, their performance has dropped significantly or really dropped at all in a statistically significant manner. Now, last year, I'd love to be able to sit here and tell you that, hey, wow, that data was awesome. And it was great for the 69% of the students that were able felt comfortable coming back in person to take the PSAT during the school day. Every other year, including this year, pretty much everybody takes the PSAT, and it's a wonderful thing that we've invested in as a system. But that last year, only 69% of our juniors took the PSAT. So look at this year's sophomores that took the PSAT as well. You see a similar pattern. I'm not going to go through and read every single dot, but if you look at that reading one, it is very right around that 25.5 mark throughout those years prior to the pandemic, prior to last year's data, and then again when you look at this year's data. So what we do see is that our system has remained stable. Our teachers have worked twice as hard in the last 18 months to ensure that our students are learning what they need to learn and are exiting or are preparing and are prepared to take PSAT and then SAT and exit our system college and career military ready. As far as next steps, really it is tailored to each of the campuses as our teams head in and talk to campus leaders and dig deeper into the different aspects of that CCMR criteria and look for how we can focus support based on their data. Jennifer, I'll hand this one back over to you to succinctly sum up.
So when we think about the findings specific to third grade reading, third grade mathematics, and CCMR, we find that our current projections and additional considerations really indicate growth from beginning of year to middle of year. We do see some places where it dips, but we're really proud of the findings with our students. And we also see that finding that the pandemic and virtual students who may not have tested or had opportunities to test is going to have an impact on future CCMR data. So we know that it's going to impact the class of 2022, and we wonder what the potential impacts will be for a couple of years to come. And then for our next steps, again, we know that we need to support principals with data analysis and plans towards their campus goals, and really focusing in at the student level as we talk about each and every student and what are those needs, and sitting down next to principals, answering their questions about where they want to go. Because remember, every campus also has a House Bill 3 plan, and each campus has a House Bill 3 goal. So we need to support them in that. And then we want to continue to share growth over time data with families. We want to continue to increase our communication with families as they're getting reports about their own students. So I have a 6th grader and an 8th grader in our system, and when those ISIP reports came home, the stories that I heard from my kids about why their data looked the way that it did, it was eye-opening, right? And so it is good for kids to be able to tell their own story about the growth that's happening for them, or whenever they slack off and choose not to do their very best, right? They know.
I was just going to say it was great. We were both looking at each other's kids' data, and then the very next day, which was yesterday, I got my reports in her folder, and my wife was like, okay, she texted me right away. I know we talked about it last night, but let's go over a strategy before you hit your 6-year-old with, with why she might not have been paying attention on the middle data point. But we'll come back and have some conversations with you about what that looks like too.
Right, so any questions or next steps that you guys need from us regarding this data?
Board members? Jennifer, I remember when I talked to you about HB3 and I said, how do we make it our own? And I'm really seeing that happen here. So thank you for the report and the information y'all did. It's great information, so appreciate it. And we'll keep working on it, so keep improving.
Well, and I want to give a shout out to our teams, because this is a heavy lift during a very heavy year to implement a new assessment like this. It's heavy for our teachers, it's heavy for our administrators, but it's also heavy for our math and language arts leaders. So shout out to them for the good work they're doing.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for doing that. All right.
Shout out to the board for letting us bring MAP in. Just wanted to throw that in. Appreciate it.
Thanks. I asked my son to resend me his data, and he's like, why? Because you want to see how big brain I am? That's literally the text I got right now.
All right, we will keep moving forward on student experiences and pull up our next agenda item, the Early Childhood Program Update.
So, good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gehring. I think you've all heard the saying that if you build it, they will come. And that is certainly true in our district, in our early childhood programs. And I have to say thank you to Dr. Bentz, Dr. Gehring, and all of you as board trustees for your leadership in making this happen. So tonight, we are just going to give you a brief update of where we are in our journey with creating high quality learning for our earliest learners. And so you see our vision here, and our vision is heavy in the science of knowing what children need to learn and grow. And so we keep this in our forefront of all of the decisions that we make as we go along. Okay, so as a reminder, TEA began requiring all 4-year-olds to have a full day pre-K program. So that was a real impetus for the growth that we've seen. We also know that children who receive 2 years of high quality preschool do better. They have better outcomes and more stability when they are moving through their educational system. But this right here depicts all of the target areas that we were looking at this year, with the main focus being on increasing opportunity and access, which I feel like we have really done just in this year numbers, which we'll show you in just a minute. But a highlight really came from this year about the expanding our community concept, because we were able to bring all of our 3- and 4-year-olds special education programs, bilingual programs, gen ed programs together, so that we really could open the doors to have optimal learning for all 3- and 4-year-olds. So that's a real highlight that we're going to talk a little bit more about. So you've seen the growth, heard the growth. Dr. Gehring gives you a report, and you see pre-K is inching up all the time. And so I will tell you these numbers are already outdated from when we turned in this presentation. But just in general, we have over 1,400 children in this district that are taking part in some part of our high quality early childhood continuum. And everyone wants to say, well, those 3-year-olds, how many 3-year-olds? We have about a little over 300 3-year-olds, and then the rest are our 4-year-olds. So it kind of gives you an idea of where are they coming from and that sort of thing. But I will say, the last year that we sat in front of you, we have increased over 100% in our programs.
All right, now it's my turn. So, due to the rapid growth in the physical, social, emotional, and cognitive areas for young children, there isn't one program that can successfully address all the needs prenatal to 5. So this image right here, it shows you the early childhood ecosystem that we now have in Leander ISD. And it shows you all the different entry points a child and a family has to be part of our system. You also see that we have children and family right in the middle, because it is impossible for us to optimally serve young children without being connected to the families. And this image is just another way to look at our birth to 5 continuum in the district, and again, looking at the different entry points for our families. We actually start prenatally through our Parents as Teachers program, and parents can stay in that program until their child is 5 or until they enter one of our 3 or 4-year-old school-based early childhood programs, such as pre-K 3 and 4, or one of our early childhood special education programs. So again, many different entry points, and a family never has to leave and then come back to a K-5 program. They can stay connected and receive the support and the services and the connections they need to help their child through the biggest time in brain development that there is in a human being, right? The first 5 years of life. Then you can also see that child find, which is extremely important, is woven throughout all of our early childhood programs.
And I do want to point out that we have an 8.6% increase of evaluations from just to this point. So it really is exciting, and yes, it's amazing.
All right, so we talked just a few slides back about the ecosystem in our district, but also it's very important to point out that because of the needs of children birth to 5 and the very different needs for their families, we can't do this all ourselves. So we have created some great partnerships with different organizations in our community so that our families can be optimally served. So our Young Parent Services, that is our partnership with Acts of Love, which is a nonprofit organization that offers child care to our young parents in the district. This helps them be able to stay in school and graduate, but it also gives their little ones a safe place to be during the day, right? So that multi-generational approach. The building is going up right across the street. We are waiting for licensing and the fire marshal to do all of his bit, and then find teachers, and everybody is really hoping that we're up and running next year. And we have young parents waiting for that service. So we're very excited about that. Our Head Start partnership, we're in our 2nd year. Children who qualify, 4-year-olds who qualify for Head Start and pre-K are duly enrolled, and they're actually housed in our buildings for pre-K. And then also across the street, you see new buildings right by technology, and Early Head Start has found its home here in Leander ISD. And when they are finally up and running, that will be for children 6 months through 3 years of age. So COVID has made us all be very patient, or try to be, but we're all really hopeful, and the partnerships are still very strong in our journeys to providing what we need to for our families. Parents as Teachers, which is our Birth to 5 program, which is home visitation, and right here across the parking lot is our center base, where we have free classes and play groups and family events. We're also partnering with Foundation Communities, and there is an apartment complex out at Cardinal Point, And we have recently started up weekly play groups there. They're allowing us to go into their educational building. They wanted us there more than once a week, but we just couldn't make it there more than once a week yet. But we're really looking forward to that partnership and being able to serve those families in a way that they need. And then what's new this year is the Thinkery, which is the Children's Museum in Austin. If y'all have never been there, go. It's amazing. But they are working with our teachers at the early childhood community at Knowles Elementary to help them learn what STEAM looks like in early childhood. So we're very excited about these partnerships. So our landscape now, what is our current landscape? So we were able to move all of our early childhood kiddos and classes and teachers and services to 15 early childhood communities. Everybody is on a community this year. What has also happened, because we have pre-K4 and we have pre-K3, that has aligned our schedules so now that children who qualify for pre-K and early childhood special ed can receive those services on one campus, and nobody has to deny either program because they're all together. For our teachers, it's also provided PLCs, collaboration, and inclusion, as well as we're creating play-based learning environments that are very specific to the needs of our 3- and 4-year-old learners. So our community highlights. So the quotes that you see reflect the consistent feedback we have been receiving from teachers on our early childhood communities and principals. Those are just a few. Kendra and I started in December meeting with each early childhood community to say what's working well and what are your challenges. And I'm happy to report that 100% of our teachers have said, I was afraid to move, but I never want to go back and be by myself again. The richness of the collaboration and inclusiveness amongst the teachers is filtering down at a level that is far more than what we could have hoped to have happened. And we're not even through this year. So we're really excited about that. We're really excited about how our teachers are leveraging the strengths of one another to help our youngest learners. We also started an early childhood task force at the beginning of this year so that we could also meet with all the departments in the district that have been impacted by this big increase in little people. And just finding out what it looks like for each department and how we can make plans for next year to make things go even smoother.
So Erin and I debated who was going to get to introduce this next part.
And I think I won. I think she forgot. Or do you want to do it? All right. So earlier this year, the early childhood department was approached by Region 13 and the Texas Association for the Education of Young Children. They are in a partnership. And they asked us if they could do a video here in Leander ISD of what early childhood looks like in our district. The reason is they have heard about our environments and how our children play to learn, how we implement developmentally appropriate practices specific for our 3- and 4-year-olds, and how we're creating environments on our campuses that again meet their specific needs. TEA is encouraging partnerships between districts and local child care centers. So this video was made for the purpose that if anybody in the state of Texas is wanting to know what a partnership might look like, and they might be a private organization, and well, what can early childhood look like in a district, right? That can be scary when you think of 3s and 4s. This video will be available for people to see. Before y'all view it, I want to let y'all know that we have incredibly hardworking early childhood teachers who have made big changes in a not so easy year. They're making beautiful things happen for children. And we also have early childhood specialists and coordinators sitting behind me that work tirelessly to get us where we are now. So this video is going to capture our year's goal of coming together in collaborative, and inclusive campuses to support all 3 and 4-year-olds and their needs. So I hope you enjoy the video, and I'm supposed to cue Mark Pace to start the video.
Hey guys, thanks for coming to Tarvin Elementary, one of our early childhood communities in Leander ISD. My name is Leah Osborne, and I'm excited to take you through a day in the life of our early childhood program. In Leander, we start with our 3s and 4s at the heart of our model. All of our classrooms in our early childhood communities are set up to facilitate play and an active participation in their own learning. Our curriculum, being that it's play-based, allows opportunities for teachers to really model social and emotional development and problem solving. In the past, it's been pre-K by itself, early childhood special ed by itself, and this year we've really had the opportunity to combine the strengths of the teachers and provide the best community for all children 3 to 4. This is a great opportunity for not only our students, but for our teachers. They really get to learn from each other, collaborate, and then go back and practice some new strategies. What are the best outcomes for our students?
When you look around my classroom, you'll see everyone engaged in play. That's the most important thing in the classroom for us because it allows us to focus on each individual's path and the whole child, because play is how children engage in learning. In play, wide differences in development can get together and interact, and when you have that interaction, the children are learning from each other. You see that some children have high quality language already and are using that language, and other children begin picking up on that language. They're learning not only from the teachers, but from their peers as well, who have different skills as they do.
A big piece of how we plan really is dictated by all of the kids' IEPs. So we really have to bring those 2 worlds together. How can I, with this student who might be on a 6-month-old level, and yet I might have a friend who's reading at a 2nd grade level, how do I merge these worlds together and have all students be engaged?
So in terms of planning instruction for the whole child, we want all of the instruction ideally to be play-based, and so we set up different centers in the classroom to reach each of those developmental domains. So there is a dramatic play center where the children can play different things. There's an art center, there's a science center, there's a literacy center. So all of the domains are covered and available to all of the children during playtime.
We take pride in the fact that our families know that they have voice and choice in our classrooms.
We're setting the stage for the rest of the children's life in terms of schooling and of their entrance into society. We're building social emotional skills. We're building them in an appropriate play-based way, and we're also teaching some of the foundations academically that they're going to need going into kindergarten.
If you can give them the tools to help them navigate their world, dealing with something when maybe it's not going their way, that's empowering them. The excitement that you see when you see those light bulbs go off in those little brains, I've seen it click and they get it. That's magic.
This is the developmental period where children's brains are growing the fastest. This is our window of opportunity to really hone in and capitalize on language development, social emotional development, and their curiosity for learning. So what is a day like at Tarvin Elementary Early Childhood Communities? It's an opportunity for our students to play, be curious, take risks, learn from each other, and be embraced by the love of our teachers and staff.
So I have to say thank you to all the people who participated in the making of this video, but something like this is going on at every one of our communities, and we do have incredibly hardworking teachers. So a shout out to them we talked to all of them and said we were going to be talking about early childhood tonight, so I know they're tuned in. So shout out to all the work that they're doing. So I wish we could just stop there, but there are next steps, and we did learn a lot of lessons this first year. We had a lot of really exciting plans for how we were going to begin this year with families, and with COVID, it just kind of took us, we had to, what do we say all the time, pivot. But we are really trying to look at that family engagement piece, and how do we create that connection before school ever starts, and how do we get our students comfortable with the environment maybe prior to all the other students coming in. So working on that. The first one was the Early Childhood Task Force, which Erin talked about. There are a lot of challenges with our facilities and just the whole shift of having these little bitties in our schools. And so we have brought together a group that are working on every challenge and trying to figure out how to make things better in those areas. And then the seamless early and urgent intervention, that is one thing that we have really been working on to try and increase and really perfect some of the processes that we have with Child Find, with early identification, with our preschool eval teams. How do we get that access for them to be able to really respond to the needs more urgently and not wait for a long period of time, but yet make sure that we're giving the child enough time to acclimate to their new environment. So really working on a lot of that. As you know, we are going to continue to focus on high quality programs. And so we really focus on our play-based instruction. And then the other thing that's really getting a lot of discussion is outdoor learning. Research shows kids learn great when they're outdoors. And so how can we really turn our focus to taking that inside learning to the outdoors? So that's one thing we'll be focusing on. And then the last thing is the EC transitions, the early childhood transitions, either back to their home campus or onto the next program. And so we have several groups meeting on this. We have some district-wide plans, such as like a kindergarten roundup that's specifically for those classes. And then we also have specific plans for students that might need a little bit more of a structured transition plan. And so lots of different ideas around how we can support each and individual child moving through to their next program. So those are just a few of the things that this team has been working on, but again, this couldn't have happened without the leadership in this district, and really appreciate everything that's been done for the area of early childhood.
Board members?
I'm going to try not to cry, but
go ahead.
As someone who was very skeptical when it came to moving the early childhood hubs, you and I had numerous conversations, so did Matt Benson, Dr. Gehring, and I was very concerned. Many of y'all know my son went through Winkley's ELE program, and you guys did an amazing job. But I got to say, my campus visits this year, I got to see these early childhood hubs in action. And it blew my mind. It made me realize that you guys, you truly had the student's voice at heart. But what I enjoyed the most was, I think it was Cox Elementary. I got to see it. You were there with me, yes. Just the interaction and the collaboration between our ELE classroom and our pre-K, from a parent who has fought to have inclusion, to see that inclusion piece play out at that level and those kids see it, but most importantly, it played from the teacher and the principal was probably the most powerful thing. So I can't thank y'all enough for having that vision and going forward with it. And the other thing I'm going to say is I am blown away by the, Kendra probably knows where I'm going with this, the Child Find. Child Find is huge. I feel like that's one area previously in the past we could have done better, and the fact that you guys really hit hard on it. And I know with everything with COVID, but an 8% increase in the number of evaluation, that's huge, guys. That is amazing. And I'm just thinking about all the students you are impacting in our district right now. So thank you so, so, so much.
Nobody wants to follow that. No, it's awesome. Really great report. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next agenda item. We're going under the governance section. Consider approval of the strategic plan. Board members, you have a full packet in your folder. And I believe, Sarah, you're coming up to tell us next steps. What do we need to know, Sarah?
Yes, I have to wait for my partner to get up here. All right, good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. We are here tonight seeking approval of the strategic plan. It's already been mentioned a couple of times tonight, so let's get it approved, right? We, if you recall at the last board meeting, we did present to you the one-pager that takes it all and puts it on that one succinct page. What we were excited to share with you tonight, and It's hard copy here. We're working on getting it loaded in board book. It's a meaty document, and it didn't want to cooperate. But this tells our story, the story of the process of how we engaged with our community and with our stakeholders to develop the strategic plan that is before you. So just a huge celebration there. And while I do have the mic, I do want to just take that opportunity to thank again our steering committee, our planning teams, our DWIC committee, our campus leaders, instructional leaders. We had feedback throughout this whole process. And I do just also want to publicly thank you all for setting the foundation, because this all goes back to the work that you engaged in around core beliefs, vision, and mission, and you really set the foundation for this work and a pretty bold vision of what we're going to create here in this district. And I have to say thank you to Dr. Sarah Martinez, who has been an incredible partner in this work, and this would not be completed without her. So thank you.
I move that the board approve the strategic plan as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Gloria. Any other discussion? Questions? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? 1 nay. All right. 6 ayes, 1 nays. Motion carries. Thank y'all so much for the tremendous work. Very good job. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our next item. Consider approval of the Texas Association of School Boards initial localized policy update 117 with additional district changes to policy CH local, CHE local, and CV local. I was hoping while I was reading it, it helped get everything set up, but I read too fast.
Okay, thank you, everyone. As you recall, we had this discussion at our last meeting. The one thing you're going to notice different in this packet from the last packet is that we had some discussion about severing GKD, which was purely a district-initiated proposed change based on our facilities rentals. And there was some discussion about could we break that out so that there's time for further discussion, further feedback from board members. And that seemed appropriate because that gives board time to give that feedback. And if you have some of that, I do encourage you to please email me. And Jimmy and I are still working on that. Understanding that those changes were really related to getting our policy in line with practice, as well as addressing some unique challenges that we had encountered with that particular policy, particularly with some of our closely partnered groups, such as booster clubs and PTAs. Given that, what you see here then, which we didn't have any additional feedback as a proposal, and asking you for approval for the changes in 117, update 117 that include the district proposed changes that go with that.
Board members, if there aren't any questions, I need a motion.
I move the board adopt localized policy update 117 with additional district changes to policies CH local, CHE local, and CV local as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Gloria, a second from Sade, and I know I said if there weren't any questions, but I'll go ahead and take a pause and see if there's any questions, comments. Okay, go ahead and we'll call a vote then. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you very much.
We'll move on next to the discussion of the Superintendent Evaluation Tool 2022.
We're back. All right. If you recall, at the December retreat, we sought feedback on the superintendent evaluation tool. And during that time, you gave feedback in a plus delta format. So we were tasked with taking that feedback and making some adjustments to the superintendent evaluation tool. And that's what we have shared with you tonight. So just wanted to highlight a couple of things. One, just a reminder, we are in the middle of a the year. So we didn't want to do vast changes, but really just what we heard from the feedback was just some slight adjustments, knowing that we will fully align the superintendent evaluation to the strategic plan now that it has been approved. But let me highlight some of the changes that are noted in here. So in that first part on the student performance, we did go ahead and add in additional student performance measures, adding ISIP and MAP growth data. So that will be a part of the evaluation tool. That is part of our recommendation. Then when you look at part 2, which is where the board goals were, as we were reading through those, they very much aligned to the strategic plan goals. So we just made some recommendations to consider aligning that verbiage to the strategic plan goals. That definitely is up to the board to decide. You will see we added some other measurements in there for each of those goals that do align to the work of the strategic plan, just adding a little bit more detail there. And then part 3 is ongoing responsibilities. There was no feedback regarding that from the board, so we left that section as is. So what you have in board book is the updated tool for discussion and consideration. Not looking for approval tonight, just seeking any kind of feedback that you have, or you can definitely reach out to us between now and the next meeting.
So Sarah, let's make sure I've got kind of a timeline, and the board has a timeline as well. So with a strategic plan, and we've talked about this as a board, is that we want to start looking at how everything is aligned in the district. We want to hold our superintendent responsible or accountable to making some of these big moves big goals that we're going to have on the horizon. Putting that into place like next week would be, well, besides probably frighten him, but we have to have a transition, I guess is what I'm saying, is we can't just come in next week and go, okay, now here's all the new goals we have for the superintendent. We've talked about this as a board. So this is our transition document, make sure I've got this correct, transition document that's gonna hold us over as we're working on the strategic. So we've got 2 evaluations that it almost sounds like we're gonna be working on at the same time. Tell me how this timing is going to work, because that sounds like a whole lot of evaluation, which is fine. We can evaluate you all day, Bruce, but I just want to make sure we know kind of what the timeline is and what expectations are.
Yes, so really looking at using whichever tool is finally decided upon, to use that to evaluate through the rest of this year. So for this school year, with that evaluation, June-ish, and then we'll definitely be working with the board to really revamp it and align it to the strategic plan after that time, using your feedback to identify what from the strategic plan do we want to elevate into the superintendent evaluation, knowing all of this will be focused on, but what are some of the things as we've lived it a little bit that we want to elevate.
And so, Dr. Gehring and the administration, you feel like these goals and the evaluation for 5 months, you don't see anything that you're thinking, well, the evaluation, since it's going to be 5 months, we're going to bring it up in June. I just want to make sure that y'all are all on the same page. This is what y'all talked about. You're good with it. And then the next thing is administration. Board, are you good with it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Board members, any questions? All right, reach out to Sarah if you have any more. And I am under the impression, though, there might be for the next 5 months how we are going to maybe bring pieces back. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for bringing that up. So definitely part of the feedback that we did hear in the Plus Delta, while there was some feedback on the actual instrument, a lot of it was about the actual process for giving feedback. So have been talking to a few people just to get a couple of other ideas of how we can structure those reports and be really intentional on giving that feedback on an ongoing basis, so that it's not all at the very end, because that can be quite cumbersome as you're trying to identify board voice to give that feedback. So once we have this approved, then we will have reports throughout the next couple of months to provide updates to the board. Because this, while you did say that it's for the 5 months, it's work that we've been engaged in and already doing right now. So we definitely have data points that we can point we can share.
Correct. Okay, board members. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. If y'all have any questions, ask Sarah Martinez or Sarah Grissom. And if they hear something, they'll bring it back up at the next meeting. Otherwise, it looks like we'll just be voting on this moving on. Okay. Thank you very much. Board members, if there aren't any questions that are asked from Sarah Martinez and Sarah Grissom, do you mind if this is on consent, or do you want to have more discussion? I just need to know. Okay. But if there are questions, just know you won't see it on consent. Then it'll be here for discussion. All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item. Consider and possible action resolution to grant the superintendent the authority to continue wages for employees due to emergency closure of schools.
Bless you. Good evening. We are bringing forward this resolution for the board to consider based on the emergency closure due to weather last week on Thursday and Friday. We will be making up Thursday on April 18th. However, that leaves us with Friday. Dr. Bentz will be bringing you some information about the calendar adjustments to be able to have enough minutes for those students so that we don't have to make up that Friday. And so therefore, we would like to continue to pay staff for that day, since we will not be making it up, to ensure they have the funding that they need for morale, as this was, again, to promote the safety of our staff during that time. And we are asking for action tonight.
Board members?
I move that the board adopt the resolution to resolve that this is in the best interest of the district, consistent with board policy, including board policy DEA local, and that it further benefits and serves the public purpose for the district to compensate its non-exempt employees who otherwise would not be paid for their regular duty schedule due to the district's emergency closure on February 4th due to inclement weather and facility issues. The public purposes that are further to include ensuring the safety interests in closing the district operations for an emergency are not compromised by the need for non-exempt employees to maintain a regular paycheck, to ensure the safety of all employees during these emergency periods, and to promote employee retention and consistency in treatment. I further move that we authorize the administration to take whatever steps necessary in compensating those employees that are deemed eligible for the pay that would have been accrued, but for the district's need to close its schools on an emergency basis, which was out of its control.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
A motion from Christine, second from Anna. Are there any questions or? Second from Alexis, sorry. Are there any questions, comments? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we'll move on to the final agenda item, well, before we go to closed, operations, discussion of bond oversight committee membership.
Good evening. Madam President, board members, Dr. Gearing. Last year, we revised our Bond Oversight Committee charter, which would get board members selecting 2 members to the Bond Oversight Committee and try to get them on staggered terms, so we always had different people coming on the committee. And we're at that point where we need new members, and I've provided a list of board members' names that I do need, try to get nominations or names from you. And as we did last year, we will be putting a spreadsheet available to everybody so you can see where people have nominated or named somebody, try to spread out to different feeder patterns so we get good coverage across the district. And so we are looking for names, and if you have any questions, feel free to give me a call and we'll talk about it and get that taken care of.
Board members?
I had a question. It says attendance, regular attendance at the committee meetings, right? You can't miss more than 2. I told my person I was going to call him out. He hasn't attended. Since he is not following the charter and those that haven't attended, are we allowed to nominate someone in that place?
Yeah, because it is mentioned in there.
Yep.
50% 2 meetings in, and not you could be.
Perfect. I'll get with you then. Thanks, Jimmy.
Okay.
Anna's not playing. Okay.
I appreciate it, because we need their
We do
participation.
attendance on these meetings is important. Jimmy, I have a question as far as, I know I talked to Dr. Gehring about this, but I'm just wanting to make sure, I don't know if I remember the answer correctly. This Bond Oversight Committee is for our previous bond. If we end up passing a bond, would there be an additional bond oversight committee, or will this committee end up being the same bond committee for the next bond?
It's a single bond committee, and they just, as bonds are approved and you have sales, you have one committee that takes that history forward, and you just have one committee.
Okay, so no matter, this would be
Right,
kind of
this-
that group.
Right.
Whether we have future bonds, past bonds, this is that group.
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that this committee was formed some time ago to look after our use of previously authorized bonds. They may not all have been sold, but they were previously authorized, and we were in the process of selling those bonds or issuing those bonds and doing that construction work. And so this committee was overseeing the reporting of that work. The other committee that we had prior to the bond issue on the ballot was a completely separate activity.
Citizen
Right.
CFAC.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about CFAC. I'm talking about if in the future another bond comes up at next year, May or November, and passes, then would we have two bond oversight committees? I just want to be clear, there'll just be one.
There's just one. Right. Because all
So
the
I just-
money will ultimately be together, and you're just...
Right. And then that'll lead to my
monitoring
next question, which is the CFAC committee that we did have in place. Will we end up putting forth a new CFAC committee for next discussions after long-term, if the long-term committee wants to move forward?
I would think that's discussion and decision of the board.
Okay, because I have somebody I know who would be interested, depending on when that comes up. But this bond committee is a different group. It's not looking at when putting up a bond proposal.
No.
Just want to make sure we're all clear and on the same
They're-
page, because
They're just monitoring the oversight of any monies that our district have available.
Jimmy, do you have a deadline that you would like us to submit these to?
If we could, 2 weeks, I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah.
But 2 to 3 weeks. Because
Just
we
so-
need to have a couple meetings, and so
Okay.
I'd like to get some names.
Sounds good.
All right. No other discussions. That'll conclude this agenda item. We will now move. It is 10:15. We are moving into closed session for the purposes permitted by the Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. There is no action in closed session. We will return into open to take any action. Board members, it's 10:37. We are back in open session. We've already closed down our laptops. I'm not going to ask debrief questions, but I will continue if we start getting back on schedule where we're adjourning before 11, might look at that debrief and see if I can ask one question or we can answer something about how our meeting's going. We always want to continuously be improving how our meeting structure is. With that said, before I call for a motion and you get ready to leave tonight, don't forget to put the dot over there on our chart that we're looking at is how we're doing on meetings.
Can I please say one thing, though, in debrief, that I'm incredibly proud of the work that this Board of Trustees is doing in the district. Tonight is a monumental moment in history in Leander ISD because we now have a board-approved strategic plan, and that has not happened in the history of the district. So that is huge, in my opinion. The second thing I'll say is we spent the majority of tonight talking about instruction and improving the learning and the growth of individual students in the district, and I'm exceptionally proud of that conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring. Thank you, administration, and thank you, board. All right, with that said, do we have any motions from closed?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-22 school year.
I accept.
Motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-22 school year.
I second.
Motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Got all the motions? All right, we have moved through our agenda item. There's nothing before this board meeting adjourned at 10:39.